welcome everybody to the City Council meeting. First item of business, as always, is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilor Silver to lead us.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we had the consent agenda, and I believe there was one item pulled, C2. Is that correct, Councilor Jones?
Yes. Thank you so much. This is for solid waste services. I have a few questions just on the change that's being discussed here. I'll just start. How are you, Mr. Jenkins? I got to watch the videos because I was absent last week, so you were there present. So it was nice to hear you over my break, but nice to see you today. On page 2 and 3, it discusses removing city manager and council from the appeals process for residents dealing with administrative fees. How many times has a case gone that far to come to us?
So over the last year, well, mayor, council, city manager, Gregory Jenkins, the second interim director of solid waste. Over the last year, we've had 2 to 4 complaints. Out of those, 3 of them were around for the same property. And I don't believe any of those, at least over the time I've been interim, has made it up to the city manager's office.
So I was just wondering, what is the purpose of removing that option if we don't really ever see it?
Well, mainly because as we have transitioned that over to an administrative fee, that's more consistent with how our practices are. It stays in-house. It doesn't come up to the city manager or council level.
Right, and we are raising those fees. Can you tell me what the fee was and then what the current fee will be after this has gone through?
I believe the past fee was $250, and I believe the current fee, I gotta get that down.
I think they're different levels.
Sorry about that. $500.
So we're doubling the fees from
Yes.
$250 to $500. Okay, and then page 3 also removes the solid waste collection design manual. That doesn't mean we don't have one. It just means it's removing it from what? Why?
From the code. One is, I think we're working with planning on trying to updating and figuring out a better way to keeping up with some of the zoning changes that are going on. And so currently we're kind of tied without doing special exceptions. This would just give us more flexibility and start focusing on the long term, what we need to have. But yes, we do still have it. It's just more of an administrative tool.
Got it. And then can you speak to the number of incidents of trash burning that has occurred to warrant the addition of solid waste to the code? Because we are removing the fire chief from that option, right?
Right. Again, over my period of interim, we haven't had anything that go that far.
So it's just because we're going to this administrative, we're just streamlining and taking out these other.
Yes. Yes, we've had, because we was working on those things for a while now, and so since we were coming to council, we just decided to kind of package it all together.
Okay. And then lastly, how many residents are currently receiving backyard pickup?
So we consider that our need assistance program, and we have roughly about 5,000 or so.
5,000 residents specifically receiving that service?
Right. And that doesn't always mean we're going behind somebody's house. It just means that we're doing something to accommodate them.
And that's something that they apply for, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Those were my questions. I just wanted to uplift it because that is a big charge that's being added, going from 250 to 500. So I just wanted to daylight that for the community, that those admin fees are increasing substantially.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I guess I'll do motion to approve.
Okay.
The change of this. I don't even know what to say. I'm so sorry. Motion to approve this. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this matter? If not, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, so that passes. That brings us to the rest of the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Okay. Any other questions or, okay, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay. So that brings us to the public comment. And I will just go by this screen if y'all want to bring up. Okay, thank you. First is Miss Octavia Rainey.
Good evening to everyone. As you know, today I'm in my purple, my fourth ward, stand up fourth ward, my fourth ward today, and I am proud and very proud of the Fourth Ward Association, everything that they're doing and everything that they're working on. So I will be brief. Today, the Fourth Ward Association is here to ask for $300,000 in the consolidated plan. When the consolidated plan come up, they will be speaking. But I want to remind you that during the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission, they destroyed Fourth Ward. They destroyed Fourth Ward. It is a CDBG process. It really is. So now is the time for the city to step up and say, what are we going to do with Fourth Ward? We have a lot of ideas, a lot of motions to put in place, but we need money to do those things. So the Fourth Ward Historical Association is going to ask for $300,000, and which it should be approved. The only thing I don't know is that under the Citizen Participation Plan, since that is not written in the consolidated plan, do you have to amend the consolidated plan to put the $300,000 in? But the $300,000 should be an approved item. You get $4 million for CDBG funds. What is $300,000 at a neighborhood that the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission destroyed, wiped it out, thought it was nothing? This is just a tip. And we have things that we need to get started and functioning on for the next year. Our signs is very important. There is no signs in Fourth Ward to let you know where you're at, who you are. There is nothing there. So the group will talk about our plans for the first year. We have a 7-year plan because we know this can't be done all in 1 year. So we have a seven-year plan, but our first ask is for $300,000 out of Community Development Block Grant. You receive $4 million from HUD under CDBG. What is that to ask? What is that to ask? So I'm asking the Director of Community Development, which I called it because I used to work there for 10 years, move that money forward so we can get forward with the business of Fourth Ward. It has been left behind too long.
Thank you, Ms. Rainey. All right, next we have Mamakai Sanders.
Good afternoon. It's another amazing day in paradise. Thank you all for your service. Again, I appreciate y'all and everything you're doing, and to our city staff. Every time I'm able to interact with somebody, I'm just always amazed by their dedication, so we appreciate all of you. I just really wanted to talk about the All-American Cities Award. On, I want to say it was March 10th, I believe it was, Raleigh Forward and Wake Up Wake County co-hosted a meeting where Taisha from Community Engagement spoke, as well as Nick Vlahos from the National Civic League. And they talked about, he specifically talked about different opportunities to do community engagement. And when he closed his remarks, he actually kind of issued an invitation for the city of Raleigh to look into applying for the All-American Cities Award next year. He said it's an open theme, and it's going to revolve around America's 250th birthday. He said that the city of Raleigh has not won this since 1975. It's been 50 years.
And I had attended another community meeting where somebody asked me what it was, and when I looked it up, it was one of the main reasons why Raleigh won the award is because of Mayor Leitner, so far Raleigh's only black mayor, instituted the CACs. And so it's really interesting that 45 years later, they were dismantled, and nothing has really been done to solidify their return. And so I would just want to put this out there that this is an initiative I think that the city should work towards, that I feel like one of the things that we can actually work to prove is that Raleigh is the most compassionate city, and that is, by definition, compassion isn't just a feeling of empathy, but it's a strong desire to alleviate the suffering. And that you have to go, there are 20 cities that are semifinalists and 10 cities are chosen every year. So you actually have to go and prove what you've done, not just be given some high accolade because of statistics and data that other people are looking at from far away who are not experiencing the things that everyday people are experiencing here in Raleigh. So I'd like to see us actually try to make a difference and be able to prove that we are a #1 city, because people here, all people here are experiencing Raleigh the way that all of our city documents say that we want people to experience it. And so it's a compilation of ideas, but I believe that we can do it. So I'll be back to talk about more. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Sanders. Next, we have Valerie Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Cowell, Raleigh City Council. My name is Valerie Smith, and I'm here to stand in support of the 4th Ward Community District and its legacy to keep its memory alive. We are standing in solidarity to be able to sit down with our children and hopefully their children to tell them of what was once a thriving community, where we taught them to dream big and to become productive citizens to achieve their heart's desire. 4th Ward has produced just that. Artists, teachers, lawyers, doctors, entrepreneurs, preachers, churches, and prominent leaders who are among us today. And we would like to see this area commemorated as such. When we want to show our next generation that this is where we played, we prayed, we cried, we overcame struggles, but somehow we stuck it out and we stuck together. We went to church on Sunday, we heard the preacher preach, we held on to our faith and hope for Monday and for the rest of the week. But even after the church service, we went to grandma's house, auntie's house, we went to Big Mama's house, we had fried chicken, collard green, tater salad, cornbread. We enjoyed our community and that good old-fashioned cake made by scratch. And this is what we don't want to lose, these precious memories. These are memories from where we come from as children and adults. We want to hold on to those memories. So in my conclusion, I am looking forward for you making 4th Ward and this historical place of legacy for its people and the people, all the people of this great community. And I'm going to leave you with one thing. All things are possible when we only believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Jonathan Kramer.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for your service. My name is Jonathan Kramer. My wife and I have lived in Raleigh for 27 years. We've raised our kids here, and there's nowhere on earth we'd rather be. We own a building at 2208 Garden Place, which is 27607. It's 1 block off of NC State's campus. It is parallel to Hillsborough Street, 1 block off. It's a very small cul-de-sac with about 6 lots on it. It was built in the 1950s by NC State, specifically for nursing students, and for 70 years it has housed NC State students. My wife and I bought the building about 6 years ago, I think we define it as a quad in that it's one building that has 4 apartments in it, and within each apartment there's 4 bedrooms, so a total of 16 students in the building. There's a small strip of parking on Garden Place, which is about, I think, about 150 yards long, and on it there's a sign that says permit parking. It's only come to our understanding recently that our renters aren't able to get a permit to park in this space. So I'm coming to you to talk about this because it's my understanding from the City of Raleigh Parking Department that the folks who are able to get a parking pass to park in this area are single-family homeowners, townhouse owners, duplex owners, but not quad owners. So I came here to basically bring up the discussion of that right behind us is a project that was built about 4 years ago, very, very well done, called the Clark Townhomes. There are 11 townhomes within one structure, within one building, and they are allowed to get that parking permit pass. Yet our structure, which has 4 apartments within the same structure, is not allowed to have it. So I want to bring up that point, and the fact is, right now on Garden Place, as I said, there are 6 lots. 3 of them have quad buildings on it. We're one of them. 2 of them are undeveloped lots, and 1 of them is a single-family home that is currently unoccupied. So if the 3 people on Garden Place who have quads are not allowed to park on Garden Place, then who exactly are we keeping that parking spot for? So I'd like to bring up what I think are 2 options that maybe will help the situation. One is if we took the sign down, because it's a small street, and under the current rules, the people who are on that street don't qualify to park there, and if we took the sign down and just left it as open parking, I think that would be a great compromise. The second thing is, as I said, the townhouses behind us, which are 11 townhouses within one structure, are allowed to have it.
So I know you've run out of time. I would suggest Michael Moore or one of our transportation could follow up with you, and you could complete your comments.
Sure,
Appreciate
thank you.
that.
Go find them, or?
Yeah. Michael Moore is over here.
Thanks.
Okay. Nikki W.
Good afternoon, family. In April, we observed National Child Abuse Prevention Month, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, National Fair Housing Month, and National Arab American Heritage Month, all very relevant. This week, we also observed Black Maternal Health Week, and most importantly, we honor the week of our Savior's sacrifice that we may have eternal life. Hallelujah. Today, I'll share a story that illustrates what many of us believe to be true but have a hard time explaining. One day, a mouse realized the farmer had set a trap for him. Gauging his life was at stake, he went to the barn animals for help. He said to the chicken, "A trap has been set for me, can you help me?" To which the chicken replied, "I'd like to help, but I'm too afraid, maybe another time." He went to the sheep and asked, "Sheep, will you help me? The farmer has set a mouse trap." The sheep replied, "With all due respect, it is a mouse trap, not a sheep trap. This is your fight, not mine. I'm out." The mouse ran to the cow and asked, "Cow, oh buddy, oh pal, the farmer has set a trap for me. You've got to help me." The cow replied, "I love you, but I don't want to get involved. Besides, I have some pressing matters to attend to. Good luck though, I'll pray for you." The mouse went back to the house and decided the safest place to stay was a hole in the wall. What he saw was a snake's tail get caught in the trap. It bit the farmer's wife, and to make his wife better, the farmer prepared chicken soup. As guests came to visit his wife, the farmer prepared them mutton. And at the unfortunate demise of his wife, the farmer served beef at the funeral. There are several pieces to examine here that will serve as opportunity for learning, but the moral of the story is the ripple effect, chain reaction, when an event or an action in one area has unintendedly impacted another. The chicken never got another chance, the sheep was still affected, and the cow didn't make it around to those less important things. Positive deeds beget positive impact that control beyond measure. But in this situation, a trap that was set for one indirectly affected many with no resolution for the intended. Thank you, Jesus. When people ask for our help, whether that be the unhoused, the elderly, the disabled, one another in good health, won't we take the time to examine what can be done instead of instantly declining due to fear, busy schedules, and lack of concern or relation? This is so important that our Savior gave us the commandment to love one another as we love ourselves twice before his crucifixion. Action in addition to prayer is necessary in life, family, community, and for national and international civility. You will not only be saving their life, you might just be saving your own. Congress is in recess until April 27. Now is a perfect time to write them your stories. Remember, to fix the ripple, you must first find the rock. May the Lord bless and keep you. May he make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give you peace. Bless the Holy Week, everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have Aaron Lewis. Is Mr. Lewis here? Okay, we will move on to Athena Wallen.
Hi, my name is Athena Wallen. I don't know if you know, but I live on Brookside Drive. It also has a creek, so I'm going to be discussing a lot to you about rehabilitation efforts. Raleigh became a biophilic city in October of 2022, and by doing so, Raleigh joined a worldwide network of cities dedicated to conserving and celebrating nature in all its forms and connecting nature and people in urban spaces. Part of celebrating our natural ecosystems is reanalyzing how we manage our stormwater creeks and how we access them to manage them. Stormwater has man-made assets, both natural and, or has assets both man-made and natural, so pipes and streams. But while both of these types of assets mosey through public and private land, neither of them have easements or otherwise a generalized agreement for ongoing maintenance. Can we please consider reanalyzing that? Especially in a form where creek-lined properties have wavering and moving and shifting property lines. Can we take that creek and the buffer, roll it into some type of community land trust or easement agreement so that we could begin managing it like an asset, like those man-made pipes for stormwater? If neighborhoods have access or otherwise permission to help with the creek, that enables more helpers to help, and we need more in-between steps. These stormwater creek ecosystems have a natural marriage to tree canopies, shade spaces, and wildlife corridors. These systems, when healthy, give us environmental resiliency, and these creek systems are struggling. They are in rapid states of erosion. These robust canopies take decades to nestle in, and then it takes a year to start to dismantle. As root systems are removed from the neighborhood lot, from lot to lot to lot to lot, we have a domino effect of root systems decaying and soil becoming destabilized and the stream banks not having that integrity to keep up with all of the rain and runoff that we are expected to manage. So, if we could please reanalyze these creek systems. We have 700 miles approximately of creek in Raleigh, and we have a lot of that on private land. So if we want to make effort towards connecting larger segments of these systems for ease of access and maintenance and ongoing community building goals, we have to start somewhere. To replenish our stormwater creeks is to replenish the vitality of our neighborhoods, and I really want us to reconnect with these possibilities through our backyard stormwater creeks. So please help us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallen. Final, Hua Huang.
Hi, my name is Hua, 2128 Balboa Road. Thanks for giving me time to speak. I meant to sign up for last week, but things got a little busy. I am here to speak on a general public comment regarding these, on behalf of UE Local 150 as the rank and file member from NC State University, but I'm also speaking here currently on behalf of my colleagues and the Raleigh City workers, specifically in solid waste and Department of Water. To my understanding, the annual city budget is coming up in, was it late June or early July? And this is why it's becoming more imperative that the city council members and mayor do in fact schedule with the city workers and to learn from them and discuss with them like how to move forward when it comes to things they need like budget, overtime pay. They have demands that I think is all of you would be good to know about as far as like what they need in order to be able to live and work in Raleigh and not work in Raleigh and having to drive 45 minutes to and from Sanford. To my understanding, I know a number of you have already met with them, so thank you for doing that at least. If you have not responded, please do, so that we can set a precedent to start having the ability for workers to meet and confer with the city of Raleigh, and maybe that can set an example down the line for other workplaces in Raleigh or even the Triangle area to start thinking, hey, maybe employees should have meet and confer with their bosses once every quarter because like things change, economies change, and maybe it's time we need to discuss like how we can continue paying you the wages that you should be, which by the way should be at least 25 per hour. I don't think that's unreasonable at this point. I know the city workers is calling for 28.19 per hour for one thing, and it would be good. And if the city is wondering how to come up with some money, I think you should reassess where you probably don't need to spend money on. This is where you might consider considering, reprioritize the budget so that you can prioritize paying your workers well. And please do meet with them at least once before the budget hearing happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Right, that ends the public comment sign up. We had one, was there any voicemail? Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. We have Bynum Walter.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's nice to be with you. I'm joined by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission. A reminder about some of the upcoming holidays over the next month or so. Some of them may conflict with upcoming, no, they do not. We do have a couple of items scheduled, an item scheduled for public hearing in May already. It's a continuation of an item you began discussion on in February, and there's nothing scheduled yet for May 20. That is the date that we're suggesting for the items in front of you coming from Planning Commission today. So there are 5 items we're suggesting for public hearing on the 20th. The first item on the Planning Commission's report today is not a request for a public hearing, but rather a request for a 60-day extension of their review. This is a case with some years on it, as you can see from 2022. The applicant is actually making very good progress at this point, is anxious to be able to respond to some feedback that the Planning Commission was able to give them during their most recent discussion. And so the applicant and the Planning Commission both are asking if they could please have a 60-day extension of their review to June 8th. The other items are all requests for public hearing, again, suggested for May 20. 3 lots on Edinburgh Road. This is just off Glenwood Avenue. The applicant here is requesting to go from a residential district to an office mixed-use district with some conditions. Request is consistent with the comprehensive plan of future land use map. Split vote from Planning Commission on this item. Some concerns about a very well-organized neighbor presentation during the Planning Commission's discussion. Planning Commission was responsive to that. The second item in front of, coming off the Planning Commission's report today is 2500 Barwell Road. This property is currently split zoned. It's just over 43 acres, currently zoned for residential development and manufactured housing. This is an unusual district. There's not a lot of that in the city, and it's one of the few places in our district zoning district system that allows manufactured housing. So the request here is to go to residential 10 with conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. A split vote from Planning Commission here, a concern from a member that they would like to see affordable housing included in what's proposed here. This item is 5420 Lewisburg Road, Z5424. So this is just under 4 acres, going from residential 1, which is a very low-density district, to residential 10, and they are offering some conditions here. Again, consistent with future land use map and comprehensive plan, and a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission for approval. This item is very close to where we are sitting right now, so 200 Southwest Street. This is the Raleigh Union Station bus station. This is a request to rezone just under 2 acres. It's a text change to zoning conditions, so all that would change here would be conditions. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. Planning Commission is recommending approval, but by a split vote. So the change here, I think you are all familiar with this request, would allow the applicant to offer a payment to the city's affordable housing fund or build affordable housing as part of their development. Planning Commission, the discussion there was about whether or not the project would include affordable units on site. What questions could I answer for you before you make a decision about extensions and hearing dates?
I think there'll be a lot here, since we have a lot of items. I'll start down here with Councilor
Yeah,
Harrison.
so the one we just heard about with the affordable housing potential change there, I guess just first I'll say I'd like to not see that until at least June 3rd. I want to make sure when we have our public hearing that it's on a Tuesday evening, because I do think there's going to be interest in this from the public. I'm really looking for more detailed background about when these conditions were first put in place, and I don't know that we can get all of that right here in this discussion. I think we're going to need some additional, either a meeting or a 4x4 for background. For example, this is coming from Go Triangle, is my understanding. Was their initial RFP or that they put out, did it have these conditions as is? Are there any federal requirements? I know there's a lot of different funding sources that Good Triangle is using. And if there's going to be a change here, I just want to understand, if a developer put forth a proposal with these conditions in mind, were there other developers that perhaps didn't have the same opportunity because they said, oh, I can't meet those conditions. And so I'm just thinking about fairness overall, as well as the concern, I think, that I've heard from residents that this is not equivalent. So if we're going to allow, this payment in lieu of putting affordable units on site, on top of the bus station, where would those housing units go? Probably they'd not be anywhere near there, is my guess, just because of the cost. And that does raise concerns to me about whether this is, in the public's interest.
Yeah, we could keep asking questions, but I think because we all have a ton of questions about that particular case, I might just ask the city manager, can we go ahead and schedule, and then maybe we just make a motion for a June 3rd date for a public hearing?
Such a motion.
So
Okay.
before we vote, just want to flag, if we set the public hearing, the applicant could not make any changes. So any additional information we might gather could not lead to any new conditions until the public hearing would be opened. Do I have that right? So an alternative, if we thought revisions might be desirable, we could bring this back as a special item sometime in May, still set the public hearing for that June 3rd date, but not set them in their frozen period just yet, just as an option.
And also, I'm actually withdrawing my second. I'm on the board for Go Triangle in this case, so I'm going to have to recuse myself from this case. So.
Okay. So I'm not sure what the current motion would just be to have further information sometime in May and then have it be scheduled for June 3rd?
So I think, yeah, if it sounds okay to Councilmember Harrison, what I think might be the best move is to bring this back as a special item May 20th to set the public hearing, with the intention of setting the public hearing for June 3rd.
That works for me. Marshall, does that make sense?
No. We won't be able to meet to be able to discuss it prior to May 20th. We've got the budget preview on the 19th, and then the budget presentation is part of that council meeting on the 20th. The 4x4 would not be until after the 20th of May.
So we could wait until June 3rd then to put this as a special item if we're trying to.
Set the public hearing for the first meeting in July.
That's how far
We'd
it
have
would
to push it out,
be out,
yes,
yeah.
to meet the, yeah.
That's fine with me. I don't know if the applicant is here.
Because we won't have a 4x4 this month because of
Okay.
inner-city trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I do represent the applicant in this case.
So does that timeline work for you?
The June 3rd special item to be scheduled for,
July, early July, public
July
hearing?
1st, public hearing.
yes,
We
thank
only
you.
have that one meeting in July, so it would be, yeah.
Yep, great.
Thank you.
Okay, so moved.
And- All right, and we will have the state for the record that Counselor Branch is that you will be recusing yourself on the issue. So all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, thank you. Okay, so that was that item. What other questions do we have? Yes.
Couple. One on the Edinburgh case. I was curious, I saw the intended purpose. What I didn't quite understand was what aspects of their intended stated purpose cannot be done under their current zoning. Because they're building something that's going to look like a single-family home. It's not going to act as a residential unit at first, but then it will later. Is it, yeah.
Right, so what they have said they would like to do is build a model home and have their builder's office in the building that is the model home. Model home is a term of art in the UDO, in the Unified Development Ordinance, that generally is only allowed in residential development of a larger size than this site. There's a minimum site size associated with that temporary use in a neighborhood. So they don't meet the qualification for temporary model home use, so they are needing entitlement for a commercial use on this property for a temporary, a 10-year timeframe is what the conditions lay out.
Got it. Okay, so if the site had been larger, then the existing zoning would have allowed it. Got it. Okay, helpful. And then my other question on the Lewisburg Road case. What will be required by the code related to like street connectivity? I know that their parcel doesn't go all the way up to Lewisburg Road, but I would think the ultimate vision of the city would be to connect to Lewisburg. So what would happen with street connectivity?
I think a lot of it would depend on what kind of site plan they submitted, what might be required.
They have to,
You're
like,
asking if they would have to connect to Lewisburg.
I guess I'm wondering if they'd have to like stub out so that any future development would have to pick up.
I don't know, but I could certainly be prepared to answer you at time of public hearing.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Counselor Jones.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about the Glenwood Avenue, it's a Z7022. So this project is going on 3 years, and I was wondering if you can walk me through the holdup. I've spoken with the applicant's lawyer, and I've tried to meet with the neighbors, but I'm not sure what's taking so long.
Yes, so there has been a long period of discussion between the neighborhood's representation and the representative of the request. Took them a long time to come to some sort of agreement. They have, as I understand, a draft agreement. And so after the last extension for this request was granted, the applicant did ask to, so up to this point, they've been in front of Planning Commission asking to be deferred, and so they finally asked to be discussed, and then they wanted to be able to respond to comments from the Planning Commission about questions and concerns about the conditions that they had offered.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Other questions? All right, do we want to make a motion on some of these?
I was going to make if there's no issue, a joint motion to set the public hearing for all pending cases left for May 20th.
Second.
Okay.
An extension.
And include the extension for the first one.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay,
Thanks very much.
thank you. All right, next we have special items, and the first one is rezoning Z3924 on Honeycutt Road, and once again, we have Bynum Walter.
Yes, ma'am. This came out of a report of Planning Commission at your last meeting. The applicant wanted the opportunity to revise conditions for consistency with the Unified Development Ordinance. That has happened, and I can walk you through with an update of that. We are suggesting a May 6th public hearing. As you know, you only have that one item scheduled at this time for that date. And the changes to the conditions, so they have added a revision to their condition 6 that no public or private cross-access connection from the property to any adjoining private property would be required. And then they have made some changes to the language around the provision of the multi-use path that connects between the site of the request and the adjacent property to the west. And then they have also made some provision about what the cross-section, the two options for the cross-section of any new public street that serves the site, what that would look like. So they've said that would either be the standard UDO required section of a sidewalk at least 6 feet in width on both sides of the street, or potentially a multi-use path measuring 10 feet on a single side of the street. They are not committing to both. They are not committing to either or at this point.
Okay, questions for Ms. Walters?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. The Stormwater Advisory Commission discussed this at their last meeting, and they meet again on May 1st. And there's some questions that they have. They're asking the applicant to come speak at that meeting so that they can address their questions. But they were wondering if we could hold off putting this on the agenda until May 20th, because they'd want to be able to give us a letter, whether it's recommending approval or asking further questions, and they felt that May 6th was too soon. So I just wanted to put that on you guys' thoughts as we decide what date to put that on.
Yeah. I would be opposed to that. This one is in my district. I met with both the neighbors. They are comfortable with the application going forward. If somebody wants to come to the public hearing and testify on May 6th, I'd be comfortable with that. But this was a significant cooperation between the applicant and the neighbors. Clearly, the multi-path, which I'm sure will be a topic of discussion. And so I understand your request, but this is something I think that all parties came to an agreement. I think that they're ready to move forward on the May 6th.
I just had a quick question to follow up Councilmember Silver. Met with these neighbors a couple times last fall. I'm typically in support of connecting our street grid, but when I went out there, I totally understood their concerns about cut-through traffic in this area, and I was in full support of not providing a full street connection, but just some pedestrian access, bicycle access. So I just want to make sure with these new conditions that were added, still no street connection, but there's going to be some multi-use greenway type access for folks who may want to go out that way to any of the nearby retail.
Right, so what the conditions say is that the subdivision plan would include that multi-use path, at least 10 feet in width between the western boundary of the property at Chatterson Drive, which is the neighbors to the west, that would connect to either sidewalk or multi-use path that's built as part of the whatever's developed on the site, right? So they're promising the connection between whatever circulation system they develop to serve the site to the Chatterson right-of-way.
But there's going to be no vehicular connection.
Correct.
That's all I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I think the applicant has slipped up behind you to
sure
do a
he
phone a
has.
friend.
Yeah.
So I think he's got something he wants to say.
Would you like to hear from him?
I don't know. I mean, he came up, so I figured he's volunteering to say something.
That was the only question I had. You answered it, but I'm always happy to hear from Mr. Birch if that's what. Okay.
Yep.
And just to piggyback on this part of the conversation, I also met with the residents. I know they don't want this grid access, but also that neighborhood is very difficult to access, and I worry about a missed opportunity for our ability to improve their own emergency service access in particular, right? If a tree fell on the front of their neighborhood, it would be really difficult for us to serve their emergency services. And when we last saw this item, I had hoped the revisions would include a section that would allow at least some emergency access, and I don't think this quite meets that brief. So it's, I think our Greenway standards allows some of our emergency services to get down the Greenway, but I think you can fit a police car and an ambulance down the Greenway, but this I don't think quite gets there. So that's still a revision I would be hoping to see, and I know we're set to meet soon. But so sort of at the will of the body, whether we set the public hearing and I'll ask you for the revision in 2 weeks from now, or we don't set the public hearing and you provide the revision now, but that's something I'd still be looking for.
Do you want to, well, I would say, do you want to make a motion on this?
Yes, I do.
Since it's your district.
I just move that we set the public hearing for this case for May 6th.
I'll second. I know we've had a lot of conversation. Any other? Okay, so all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so one in opposition, and that passes. It sounds like you still may want to go to the Stormwater Board and answer questions, or?
Yes, I'll be, you're on the agenda on the 1st. I'll be there as well. So I will speak to them there and then try and amplify whatever we discuss at the table on the 6th so that they feel heard as well. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all. Okay, next we have Ms. Millette to talk about council contingency items.
Good afternoon, council. I will not be before you all long, but you all have several requests to use your council contingency funds, and so want to just highlight here for your vote today is to approve Councilmember Branch's request for Governor Moorhead School, as well as Councilmember Harrison's request for the Women's Center of Wake County, as well as the mayor's request for the Women's Center of Wake County, the LGBTQIA Center for Raleigh, as well as Communities in Schools for North Carolina. I know we have 2 requests that are pending for next agenda, which will appear May 6th for Councilmember Jones as well as Branch.
Move for approval.
Second.
I just want to note, I see the number for the Women's Center here as 12,628.
There is an error. It should be $13,628, which
Confirm
would clear you out. I know you want to be very clear that your balance will be $0 after this action taken today.
Thank you.
You're
Still
welcome.
send them to you.
Jane's broke.
The action in the agenda is accurate, so we apologize about that.
Okay, any questions or commentary?
I just had a quick question. As we move, I know that we like to do these by the beginning of June, or do we have until the end of June to allocate these funds?
As long as you take the action before the end of June, it'll be encumbered.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if not, is there a motion to approve? All right, I'll second.
I think Councilmember Branch had moved to approve it already.
Oh, he already, okay. Sorry. Missed that in the blur of activity. Okay, so Councilmember Branch, and then we'll have Council Patton as a second. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items today on the agenda, and then we have an introduction and an acknowledgement. So we will kick it off with Mr. Kenneth Ritchie from the Transportation Department, who will give us an update on the North Carolina State Transportation Improvement Program, and is going to talk to us about the US 1 Capitol Boulevard tolling opportunity.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will not be giving the whole presentation today. We've got some guest presenters here to speak to you in detail about the history on the US 1 North project. That's the 10-mile section from 540 up to Purnell Road at the Wake-Franklin County line, and then to provide some background information as it relates to this tolling study that the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization Executive Board commissioned in 2024 relating to this. So with that, I will introduce Chris Lucasina, the Executive Director of the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, who will take us through the first section, and then David Roy from the North Carolina Turnpike Association will take it from there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Lucasina. I'm the Executive Director at the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's very nice to see several familiar faces up there on the council. I think this is the first time in a couple of years we've presented to you all. So today I'm here to talk to you about the US 1 North project, basically from I-540 north to the Franklin County line. There is a funded project with North Carolina Department of Transportation known as U5307, and it is broken up into 4 segments, A through D, moving north from I-540. You can see the breaks there on the screen. And basically what this would do is convert the existing corridor into a full control of access freeway, very similar to an interstate. It just would not officially be an interstate road. The southern sections of that would be widened from 4 to 8 lanes, the northern sections 4 to 6 lanes. Capitol Boulevard, which is I think what everybody inside the city of Raleigh calls it. I think outside of the city they call it US 1, which is always an interesting dynamic. But it's important to note that this is a vital corridor for our region, for our state, and really for the country. And the section that we're here to really talk to you about today, north of 540, is not in a vacuum by itself. Many of you are probably familiar with the city's corridor study between I-540 moving south to I-440, which has a expressway component to it as well as local street component and a lot of other multimodal elements. But I just wanted to point that out, that this is not a standalone piece of a corridor. It's part of a much larger corridor that's very important to the region. So a little history on this project. Planning for these improvements began in the early 2000s. In 2006, the US 1 corridor study was completed. That was a regional study that involved the city of Raleigh, the town of Wake Forest, Wake County, Campo, and the state of North Carolina. In 2007, in an effort to implement the recommendations of that study, something called the US 1 Council of Planning was created. And that had representation from all the local jurisdictions as well as the state, and it was designed to do the local jurisdictional part of implementing the recommendations of that study. So for nearly 20 years, the city of Raleigh, as well as the other local jurisdictions, have been trying to do their part by managing development in a way that would help implement these improvements, or hopefully make it make it less expensive when the big widening project came along. So that has been going on for quite a while, and you can see on the screen here, since that time in 2012, the big project was first funded in the State Transportation Improvement Program. In 2016, the first project delay occurred for that funding. And then by 2025, we've had 5 rounds of project delays for funding of this project, of this corridor. What that kind of looks like financially here is over time, a couple of things have occurred. Inflation has kicked in. Rising costs outside of inflation have kicked in within the transportation sector as well. And the funded portions of this corridor have flexed around a little bit. Initially in 2012, it did not go the funded portion did not go all the way to Franklin County. So I wanted to point that out, that over time, the scope of the project has changed a little bit, but it has been pretty stable in its extent for several years now. So in other words, time is money here, right? The longer it takes to implement this project, the more expensive it's going to be. Even if nothing else changes about the project, not one additional thing added to the project, just if we freeze the project scope in time today and we wait more time, the cost of the project will continue to rise. I believe at the North Carolina Board of Transportation meeting this month, they looked at it and said, over a 3-year period, they saw 67% increases in their average project costs. So this is something that's happening very quickly. This is not the first time we've had to deal with this issue of a major project, an important project for our region being delayed and delayed and delayed. MC 540 and I-540 make up what used to be called the Raleigh Outer Loop, and had been planned for over 50 years. And in the 90s, it began construction on the north side of Raleigh, and that northern half of that circle was completed in the early 2000s. And then they began the southern half on the west side through Morrisville and Cary. And they very quickly came to the conclusion that there would not be enough money to do that on the time in the time that they had initially thought they could do it. So the project started to get delayed. And ultimately, faced with 20 years of delay for that project, the decision was made to pursue tolling the southern half of that project. And that was able to deliver the project before it's scheduled to open. The last piece of 540 is scheduled to open, I believe, in 2028. At the time when the decision was made to toll it, what we were told by the state was they could start construction in 2030 over in Morrisville and Cary. So it was a significant shortfall in funding, similar to what we're seeing today, and that is really why our board asked us to look for ways to either preserve the schedule for this project or accelerate it. So we looked at 3 options last year. One was what we called stay the course, and really what that meant was 3 of the 4 sections we'd have to wait to see if they were going to be programmed or not. The A section, which is the southernmost piece, basically from I-540 up to Burlington Mills, that had stayed what's called committed for funding. But since that time, with the latest draft TIP, it too is being delayed. So all 4 sections are programmed, but are scheduled to be delayed. Option 2 was sort of going back to the drawing board. If we can't fund a freeway for this corridor, what could we do? And there are a lot of things you could do in this corridor. You could widen the lanes. You could put in what are called super streets or reduced conflict intersections. You could take some intersections and convert them to interchanges. But any one of those things would have to start as a standalone project and start from scratch in the funding process, which means it would be further delayed any of the improvements in the corridor. And then the third option was to consider converting the corridor into a tolled facility. And so with these 3 options, our executive board requested that the state conduct a toll study. And so the next several slides for you, David Roy from the Turnpike Authority will be presenting them, but he'll walk you through the analysis they did and some of the results.
All right. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. Again, David Roy, I'm the Director of Innovative Finance with the North Carolina Turnpike Authority. Just quickly, for those folks that may not be as familiar with the Turnpike Authority, we were established a little over 20 years ago, and really our role is to develop tolled facilities at the request of MPOs, RPOs, local communities across the state. We are a business unit of NCDOT, but we do maintain an autonomous board that's responsible for debt issuance, toll rate setting, et cetera. Just a little interesting factoid there. Toll facilities in North Carolina now serve almost 3 million customers annually and growing. Really won't go into too much detail on this slide. I think the most important point to make here is number one there, tolling in North Carolina truly is a local decision. The state does not direct toll facilities. Instead, for a toll project in North Carolina to move forward, it must be requested and approved by the local planning organization, in this case, the Campo here. So there are no direction from NCDOT or the state to move forward with the toll facility without that local approval. Looking at the tolling analysis that was completed on Capitol Boulevard, again, as Chris mentioned, this is a proposed upgrade to US 1 from I-540 north, about 10 miles to Purnell Road, basically the county line. For programming purposes, it's broken into 4 segments there that you can see on the screen, A through D. Again, last year, Campo requested the department and the Turnpike Authority to conduct a tolling analysis to look at potential ways to accelerate delivery of the proposed Capitol Boulevard upgrades. The bulk of the last year has been spent on the traffic and revenue forecast that's required and serves as the basis for that analysis. As part of that study and in coordination with Campo, we looked at 4 different scenarios shown there on your screen. We looked at both expressway or all-pay toll facilities as well as express lanes, and we'll talk about those scenarios in a little more detail here in a second. In each of those, we also looked at the project as a standalone project for financing purposes, as well as an addition or an expansion to the existing Triangle Expressway system, again, for financing, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as well in a second. So looking at the 2 types of roadway pricing that was analyzed, again, the expressway scenarios 1 and 2, these are similar to the Triangle Expressway here in Raleigh, as well as the Monroe Expressway out in the Charlotte area. In these scenarios, all lanes are tolled, generally a fixed rate, with, of course, larger vehicles typically paying a higher toll rate. In North Carolina, all tolled facilities must have a non-tolled alternative. In this case, that alternative would be an alternative route such as Falls of Neuse, 401, Ligon Mill, et cetera. The express lane scenarios that were analyzed, scenarios 3 and 4, these are scenarios where not all of the lanes are tolled, instead only the additional capacity or 1 lane in each direction is tolled. One of the main purposes of express lanes are not just to generate funding to help with capital costs, but also to help manage congestion in the corridor. The intent being to maintain a reliable travel time option no matter what is going on in the general purpose lanes for commuters, for transit vehicles, emergency vehicles, et cetera. So as opposed to a fixed toll rate that you see on the Triangle Expressway, express lanes or managed lanes are typically dynamically priced, meaning as congestion increases, that toll rate would increase to allow for that relative free flow condition to be maintained. Examples of these projects in North Carolina, the I-77 North Express lanes in the Charlotte region, as well as future I-485, also in the Charlotte region, anticipated to open later this year. In this case, the alternate route, the non-tolled alternative, would be, of course, the adjacent general purpose lanes. So looking quickly at the financial analysis, the tolling analysis was completed for each of the scenarios. Again, scenarios 1 and 2, the expressway scenarios. We looked at it from 2 perspectives. One, of course, delivery, when could the project be delivered, but also from a financing perspective, what could tolling do to help accelerate the project delivery based on funding availability. In those 2 scenarios, the expressway scenarios, we would anticipate reaching contract award and financial close, or when all funding had been secured and committed for the project, in spring of 2027. The long lead time item there would be a NEPA reevaluation that would be required if the project was to be converted to a tolled project. After contract award, we would anticipate approximately a 6-year design and construction period, so anticipated opening for the entire corridor in the spring of 2033. Capital cost estimates for scenarios 1 and 2, approximately $1.65 billion in year of expenditure dollars. Of course, the big difference between this number and what Chris showed, this is reflected in year of expenditure, not current year dollars. We also add contingencies in our analysis that would be on top of what the department would typically do for a project. Looking at financing for each of the scenarios, scenario 1, again, from a financing perspective, scenario 1 looks at it as a standalone project. Financing capacity, approximately $800 million in this scenario, which would mean the gap funding or the state funding that would be required for this scenario would be equivalent to what is currently shown or reflected in the draft STIP for segments A and B. Scenario 2, the only difference being from a financing perspective, we looked at that or treated this as an expansion of the existing Triangle Expressway system. In this scenario, financing capacity has increased significantly, approximately $1.4 billion, meaning the gap funding would be required, the state funding would be required a portion of segment A. Now, this does not mean that toll revenue generated on the Triangle Expressway system would be used to support debt service on Capitol Boulevard, but instead as a pledged revenue, a backstop to improve coverage ratios, reserve funds, et cetera. It also does not mean that tolling would necessarily be extended on the Triangle Expressway to accommodate Capitol Boulevard. Scenarios 3 and 4, the express lane scenarios, will really jump to scenario 4 there, again, treating the express lanes as a system. From a schedule perspective, because there would be a little more work required related to the NEPA reevaluation and design of express lane, we have extended that schedule approximately 6 months. Contract award financial close anticipated fall of 27 with project opening fall of 2033. Capital cost estimate in that scenario is increased slightly, mostly because there would be additional footprint required for an express lane. Separation between the express lanes, the general purpose lanes, ingress, egress points so folks could access the express lanes, direct connects, et cetera. So capital cost estimate there, approximately $1.8 billion. Financing capacity less in the express lane scenario, mostly because express lanes generally rely on congestion in the general purpose lanes to generate revenue in the express lanes. With the upgrades that are proposed, we would not anticipate seeing a lot of congestion in the early years of the general purpose lanes, thereby reducing the revenue that would be received in an express lane scenario. Financing capacity in scenario 4, approximately $600 million, largely on the back of that system financing approach. In that case, the gap funding that would be required would be for segments A, B, and C. Scenario 3, as a standalone project, from a financing perspective, not a lot doing there. Again, just because of the revenues that we anticipate being generated, and particularly in the early years for the express lanes. So as a standalone project, we would anticipate requiring most, if not all, of the state funding that has been committed for this project. And that's really reflected in the schedule. You can see the schedule has been pushed significantly to the right based on funding availability from the department for each of those segments. Some key considerations for each of the scenarios. Again, scenarios 1 and 2, the expressway or all pay scenarios. The toll rate structure we would anticipate to be fixed, very consistent with what we see on the Triangle Expressway here in the greater Raleigh area. From a NEPA reevaluation or schedule perspective, we do deem this to be lower risk to the schedule because the footprint is remaining largely the same. We're just applying tolling to the facility. Toll diversion impacts, I know, is of interest to a lot of folks. When comparing an upgraded Capitol Boulevard with that is tolled with an upgraded Capitol Boulevard that is not tolled, we would anticipate some toll diversion impacts, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. One thing that I don't think gets a lot of attention but is important nonetheless, maintenance for the facility over the life of the project. We would anticipate that toll revenue would support all roadway maintenance activities over the life of the project, very similar to, again, the Triangle Expressway here in Raleigh. Bonus allocation, the state does allocate up to $100 million to any MPO that brings alternative funding to help support a project. So in both of these scenarios, we would anticipate that full $100 million being allocated to the MPO to prioritize other projects in the region. And then legislative needs, another key consideration. In most of these scenarios, we would need some legislative action before the project could be pursued. As a tolled facility, 2, generally speaking. 1, there's currently a restriction on tolling a currently non-tolled segment of the state highway system. So in scenario 1 and 2, where we are proposing to toll all of the lanes, that would need to be a carve-out in legislation there. Second, to treat this as an expansion of the Triangle Expressway system. Currently, toll revenues are restricted to their use on that toll facility or a contiguous toll facility, again, because Capitol Boulevard is not currently contiguous with the Triangle Expressway system. We would need some relaxation of that language to allow for a regional model there. In the express lane scenarios that were analyzed, scenarios 3 and 4, again, the toll rate structure there is dynamic, meaning as congestion increases in the general purpose lanes, you would expect to see toll rates increase in the express lanes to help manage that free flow, relative free flow condition. We do deem the express lane scenarios to be slightly higher risk from a schedule NEPA reevaluation perspective, just because that footprint is expanding somewhat and less design work has been completed in this scenario, so there's more unknown there. From a diversion impacts perspective, because you're only tolling the additional capacity and you're also further upgrading the general purpose lanes, we wouldn't anticipate seeing any material diversion impacts to the local roadway network as a result of tolling the express lanes. Bonus allocation, you can see in scenario 4, we would still anticipate the full $100 million. Obviously in scenario 3, the standalone project, something significantly less than that likely. legislative needs, because we're not tolling all of the lanes, we're only tolling the additional capacity. We would not need that legislative carve-out for tolling of existing capacity, but in the system approach, we would still need the carve-out for allowable use of revenues. So turning to the diversion analysis, because again, I know there's a lot of interest on the impact of toll diversion on the local roadway network. I think it's important to note a couple of things. One is the impact of toll diversion on the local roadway network really depends on what the alternate scenario is. So you can see as part of our analysis, we looked at 3 cases. The first case being upgrading Capitol Boulevard, the proposed project, and tolling it, so build toll. The second case, upgrading Capitol Boulevard, the same project, but as a non-tolled facility, so build no toll. And then case 3, of course, making no improvements to Capitol Boulevard, so the no-build scenario, essentially, as Capitol Boulevard currently exists today. From a TNR perspective, when we are looking at revenue forecasting, obviously toll diversion is a negative impact to revenue. So we are looking at it we're taking a conservative approach to diversion, because the last thing we want is to get to the end of this, go to financing and investment grade traffic and revenue study, and all of a sudden we're seeing the revenues that we forecast be reduced 10, 20, 30%. We're not able to deliver what we had intended to deliver or promised to deliver. I think the other kind of key consideration with respect to diversion as it relates to the traffic and revenue work that we completed, that bullet number 3, we do assume that all other local roadway network improvements that have been identified in long-range transportation plans are completed regardless of funding commitment status. So that means if in the long-range transportation plan there's a widening of Falls of Neuse in 2040, we have to assume that that takes place, because again, if the local roadway network is improved from a toll revenue perspective, that would likely have a negative impact on revenues, so we don't want to be overstating our revenue forecasts as a result. And then just lastly here, if the project were to move forward as a tolled facility, certainly additional traffic analysis would need to be completed as part of the NEPA reevaluation process. And if that process identified additional improvements that were needed as part of this, that would be incorporated into the project at that point. But just high level, what were the findings of our toll diversion analysis? We looked at model year 2040 because I think that's representative of the overall forecast. Not surprisingly, in an upgraded scenario, either as a tolled facility or a non-tolled facility, you would expect to see average through trip travel times on Capitol Boulevard reduced significantly, and that's exactly what we saw. We would anticipate in 2040 through trips on Capitol Boulevard to be reduced by more than 40% in either a tolled or a non-tolled scenario. Similarly, in either scenario that includes an upgraded Capitol Boulevard, you would expect to see travel times, through trip travel times during the peak period on Capitol Boulevard when compared to alternate facilities. So looking at the map over there on the right, not intended to be a complete picture of the analysis, but instead just a representation of several of the major alternate routes that were analyzed. You would expect to see travel times on Capitol Boulevard reduced by more than half when compared to a local alternate route. So for example, you would expect to be able to make a through trip on Capitol Boulevard from 98 Business to I-540 in less than half the time it would take on Falls of Neuse or 401 Ligon Mill. When looking at the local roadway network, again, this is where it really matters what your alternate case that you're comparing against comes into play. So looking at case 1, a scenario where Capitol Boulevard is upgraded as a tolled facility during peak periods, we would anticipate seeing some toll diversion when compared against a scenario where Capitol Boulevard is otherwise upgraded as non-tolled. Not surprising, some folks would certainly choose to take an alternate route as opposed to paying the toll. What that means, generally speaking, however, is that you would see travel times increased on local alternate routes by less than 1 minute. So potentially a trip on Falls of Neuse could take 1 minute more in a scenario where Capitol Boulevard is tolled versus not. That said, if you are comparing a tolled Capitol Boulevard, a scenario where Capitol Boulevard is upgraded as tolled, against a scenario where no improvements are made on Capitol Boulevard, generally speaking, the local roadway network performs at similar or better levels. Obviously, again, with the significant improvement that you would see on US 1. So you would not anticipate seeing in that scenario a significant change in travel times on Falls of Neuse when comparing the build tolled scenario against a no build scenario. So I know I ran through that relatively quickly. Just again, to summarize the diversion analysis, from a local roadway network perspective, comparing a build tolled scenario against the no build scenario, local roadway network performs very similarly when comparing a build tolled against a no build tolled scenario, or a build no tolled scenario. You would anticipate to see some diversion impacts. That said, all of the segments that were studied did remain within the planned capacity despite seeing some increased traffic volumes. Generally speaking, what that equates to is around a minute or less of additional travel time on the alternate facilities. And then when looking at potential ways to mitigate those impacts, generally speaking, again, those impacts could be mitigated by simply accelerating already planned improvements to the local roadway network that are included in the local transportation plans. And then again, finally, if this were to move forward as a toll facility, an additional traffic analysis would be required before the project could move forward as part of the NEPA reevaluation process. And if there were other improvements that were identified at that time, they would need to be incorporated in the project. So just quickly in summary overall, again, tolling in North Carolina is a local decision. The department, the Turnpike Authority are not advocating for a particular path forward. We were requested to perform this analysis and support Campo in their decision-making process, but ultimately it is the locals that know what is best for their region and will make that decision. Again, we looked at 4 different scenarios as part of this process. 3 of the 4 that were analyzed did show that they could likely provide some flexibility and accelerated delivery schedule when compared against the current draft STIP. 3 of those 4 scenarios would also still likely require some legislative action before they could move forward. I know we've talked a lot about the diversion analysis, but again, our role in this process is really to support Campo in the analysis and understanding the options so that they can move forward with the decision-making process to determine what's best for the region and for the locals. I think that is me. Certainly happy to take any questions or can turn it back over to Chris to close it out.
All right, thank you. Yes, and please.
Just a couple more things. The Campo Executive Board has requested public and stakeholder feedback to help inform a potential decision at their May 21st meeting, so a little over a month from now. We began online and in-person outreach efforts. Here's just a summary of those activities. I just want to draw a particular note to April 30th, Abbott's Creek Community Center. There'll be a public drop-in session from 5 to 7, and May 5th at the Wake Forest Renaissance Center, again from 5 to 7. And if there's anything that you all can do to get the word out to the rest of the city, to the neighbors, to folks in the corridor who use the corridor, we really want everyone to have the opportunity to provide their input. There's a QR code for you, publicinput.com/US1 tolling options. You can learn more about a lot of what we talked about today, as well as take the online survey. And that's all I have for you today.
Put that back up. So
Maybe? There you go. Yep.
Thanks. Before, I know we'll have questions, just one more. So just to be clear, so this is the Campo Executive Board's decision. They are hoping to vote on May 21st. Is there, in addition to all of these avenues and opportunities, is there an email for the Campo Executive Board so that folks can email those members?
Yes, so we have a public comment email. Okay. You can actually link to it through this website. Okay. And there's also, I think, an online comment form. And that actually, I think it does generate an email that comes to us, but yes.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now I will open it up for questions for anyone. Yes.
Definitely, thank you for the information and the presentation. My question is, as you talked about alternative routes and if you have to make improvements depending on the NEPA findings and other avenues, Is there a possibility, does this road, would it qualify for bonus allocation funding, like 540 does, for any improvements as well?
If it were to become a toll project, yes. And you saw, based on which option we might go with, the amount of bonus allocation might be a little bit different. So that bonus allocation could be used for some of those corridors that might be impacted by diversion. If it wasn't needed there, then it could be used in other areas. The Campo does have a bonus allocation policy. We had to create one once we got bonus allocation from the 540 project. So David had mentioned that if we do move forward with the tolling options, they would conduct an additional traffic analysis that would result likely in additional alternate route improvements, particularly likely intersection improvements that the project would have to pay for. I would view bonus allocation as something that would go beyond that. And we could identify, there are some limitations on bonus allocation. It has to be used for roadway projects. We can't use it for transit or bike ped specifically, but it can be, if you're widening a road, you can add sidewalk as a part of that project, for example. So we would look to see, okay, what is the full project that needs to be done? And then beyond that, what do we need to do, or what could we do with that bonus allocation?
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Patton and then Silver.
Sure. So I think the profile of the people using this road varies depending on where they live on the corridor. And I certainly understand why there is momentum from our neighbors to the north to figure out how they can zip their residents to the job centers as quickly as possible with as little friction as possible. The residents I represent live in town and use this as a local street. This is how they get to their schools and their grocery stores and their churches. And so I am getting a lot of consternation from my residents about the idea of tolling the road that they have no other option to use. And if you go to that slide that shows Falls of the Noose and 401, there's a lot of neighborhoods inside. There's a lot of neighborhoods inside of that negative space that the people coming from Youngsville and Wake Forest will be able to make a choice based on their individual situation, which of those southbound routes they choose, but the residents living in these spaces don't have the cross access. There are not as many options to cut across and choose Falls of the Noose or 401. So I think they're in a bit more of a precarious spot. So first, can you speak to options for residents in that type of scenario, like service roads and stuff?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. So last year when we looked at this corridor and started the discussion about potentially being converted to a toll facility, one of the things that we talked about was the current project design for U5307, A through D, remain. And as much of the US 1 corridor study that has been adopted be incorporated into it. And so that includes all of the what we call frontage and backage roads. I think you would call that a service road that is in the current design of U5307, as well as some other bicycle and pedestrian improvements, a permanent additional bridge, I think on the east side over the Neuse River, for example. So a lot of that local access and ability to use the corridor for local trips would still be there. And those access roads, those frontage and backage roads would not be tolled. Just that main line is what would be tolled.
Okay. And then, I'll just speak for my residents. I think a lot of them would be happy to just cancel the project and go with a status quo option. But I imagine, I'm going to represent their voices. I imagine they're in the minority and the momentum is not in that direction right now. Sorry, one additional question I had before I go to comments. Was there any talk of doing like a partially tolled segment that the toll would cut off at Burlington Mills or something where the sort of character changed a little bit to the more urban environment?
So I'm going to make sure I understand your question. Your question is, would there be, say, tolls north of Burlington Mills but not south of Burlington Mills?
Was there any discussion of considering that, like tolling north of the city, basically?
No, I mean, I think we looked at how do you get the full project accomplished? And I think part of the challenge here is we aren't looking for a project to go toll, right? I think everyone probably agree, if we can get something not tolled, we would take it. And I think the real issue came in with this being the 5th delay to this project and seeing the sort of the writing on the wall that our region saw in the early 2000s with 540. And saying, well, do we want to wait 2 more years for what is most likely another delay to the project and another delay and another delay? And so that's why I think it was really important to look at these scenarios to compare them, not just the toll versus no toll, because that's not really what the question before us is. It's if we are going to go without tolls, then we are going to trust that this project will be delivered on time. And if it's not, then say by 2040, we may still not have any improvements out there and continued growth and continued congestion in that corridor, which in and of itself is a toll. So, you know, I think that looking at the difference between toll and no toll is important, but also looking at either of those compared to a no build situation, which is very likely given the continued trend of delays in the state TIP, not just for this project, but many of the projects in our region and a lot of projects all throughout the state.
And so then just comments from my colleagues who will have to carry our voice to the Campo board is that if we never ran another urban highway through the city, I think that'd be fine. But it seems like, again, that's not the momentum of the direction the momentum is in. I do think the express lanes is not great. I think it adds concrete, and I think it's confusing to residents. I think we can imagine residents getting stuck in those lanes and not knowing how to get out. So I don't think that's the ideal scenario. There was a letter issued by our staff to NCDOT staff that made a series of requests for bike ped improvements and cross access that supports our city's internal policies. I also think right now this plan, the U5307 plan, calls for bus on shoulder, and I think we can do better. And so if we're going to make the decision to toll, I'd ask that the Campo Executive Board take that letter into consideration, do the betterments that were requested by the city, and figure out what's the ratchet up option from bus on shoulder to make sure we don't preclude future transit opportunities.
So that's a great point. And I think to that point, one of the things that we asked was when they looked at this project, tolled or not, if it's the express lane option, that's a little more problematic from a BRT extension scenario, but an all toll or no toll, being able to repurpose the median in the future. So it wouldn't be probably done as part of the project either way, but having the space and having everything designed to accommodate future BRT in that corridor to extend that north BRT corridor further north over time, that is a consideration that we've asked for already.
Thank you. All right.
Well, Chris, first, thank you for the presentation. It was a lot to digest. The point I want to make, one, is that, Campo represents a look at the metropolitan region. This is part of a metropolitan system, and with our growth coming, whether it's looking to the south at Johnson County or Franklin County, we have to stay connected, and whether we like it or not, cars and vehicles is part of that mobility equation. So from my perspective, I'm very concerned about the delays. I won't rehash comments I've made at a previous council meeting about the cost of delays and how much it buys us. And I think also that we all know that road infrastructure is probably the most heavily subsidized infrastructure on the face of the planet. And so to look at a model that looks at tolling, to me, is the right way to go. I think you already suggested the benefits that it buys you, the predictability about how you can build this sooner. I do agree about having additional facilities, but I wouldn't want those betterments to hold up this project any further, because thinking about some additional facilities could add another $70 million to the project. So I do think it's something we could think of long term. It's very consistent with Campo and how they think about mobility options. But I think as we grow into the future, to avoid more delays of seeing this project approach $3 billion, We have some issues we have to deal with regional mobilities for people to travel through and in the capital city and beyond. And so while it may be painful for some, I think that we adapt to it over time. I think the tolling of all, not the express, is a way of starting to build out a system that is sorely needed. What I'm gratified is that this goes to 540. I know there's another study south of 540, so we don't know what that facility was going to look like. But in order to provide some relief of people who cannot afford to live in Raleigh and want to live in surrounding counties, that this may be a fair trade-off in order for them to travel through the region, get home so they can spend more time with their families, but it'll come, I think, at a marginal cost. So I know you're not polling each of it. This was information only, but from my perspective, I do see as an important part of our regional transportation system to ensure that we're able to handle some of the growth and provide more options of affordable places for those that cannot be able to afford living in the city of Raleigh. So that's just my comment, but again, I'm very concerned about further delays, and I heard you very carefully. You didn't get into detail about what those 5 delays were all about, but I can see how frustrating that is. Having a few more conversations, you know, that was the value. If we say, hey, can you give me $40 million for public engagement? And they say, we can't afford that. Well, that's built into the process, and so I'm hoping, however this conversation goes on May 21st, the public now has an opportunity to weigh in, but my hope is that whatever decision is made, we move quickly so we can at least control those costs to bring this needed facility to the public.
Are there other questions or comments? Do y'all need further feedback from the City Council?
Yeah, so Mayor, I know you had asked me a question a couple of weeks ago, and I went back and looked, and even for 540, when that was converted, ultimately, Campo is the entity for the region, for the locals that needs to cast that vote, if you will. But at that time, I think many of the local jurisdictions provided either a letter or a resolution to Campo to show the support for that vote. So if you all are inclined to do that, please do so by May 21st or shortly thereafter.
Okay. Yep, we can work with the city manager. And I think, I mean, just for those listening, that I think the sense is pragmatically that this project will never get built unless there is some sort of toll, and that if there is a toll, it would be better to just do the whole road and not express lanes. I think you heard that from several people already today. So those were the internal discussions, knowing that Campo makes the ultimate decision, but we can work with the city manager and send some sort of feedback to the executive board.
Thank you.
Can I just add what Councilmember Patton said? I do agree with, but I wouldn't want the planning of the bicycle and pedestrian to hold up the project, but that's something should be thought about over time as that's being built out, so we know that there are some alternatives to connectivity, but not something where let's wait another year to see how that works it out. Campo should start thinking now about how we could start, or the city of Raleigh could start to augment some of those other choices. I'd like that to at least be in the letter.
I would just offer, if we do ultimately go down the tolling route, it would probably be a year or two in time, but once we know and we're having the conversations about any bonus allocation, we'd be happy to come back and talk to you about that.
Well, and then just a second, I appreciated all of Councilor Patton's thoughtful comments and this whole cross, right? The last thing you want to do is build another Capitol Boulevard or Western Boulevard that creates this huge division of community. So if this does go forward, the city of Raleigh is incumbent on us to think about that now. Yep. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
So the next item is a continuation of our efforts to support affordable housing. We have Annie Bauman-Mitchell here that's going to talk to us about joint venture rental development funding opportunities.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Annie Bauman-Mitchell with Housing and Neighborhoods. I'm very excited to be here today to discuss our rental development gap financing recommendations. We're going to provide a brief overview of our rental development program. We'll talk about the projects that we're recommending, and we will end with our funding recommendations for Council's consideration. I'd like to start out just by talking a little bit about rental development in general. When we really think about rental development, the cost to build and operate a property is what sets the rents. A major component of that is the development costs, which are put forth then for ongoing payments And the development costs are made of three different components. You're going to have your hard costs, which are going to have their fixed interest rates set forth by the general market. They're going to have less flexible terms. You're going to have your equity investments from different investors, and you'll have soft costs, which are more flexible and have lower interest rates, and that's where the city comes in. Speaking primarily about affordable housing specifically, the low-income housing tax credit is the primary mechanism through which affordable units are developed around the country. This program is responsible for approximately 80 to 90% of the units. As you can see from these two different examples, when you're looking at market rate units, they have a high amount of hard debt, and those debt service payments throughout the lifetime of the project increase the rents. Whereas in tax credit developments, you're going to see a combination of tax credit equity, gap financing that is in the form of soft debt, which is the city's role, and along with a lower amount of hard debt, which reduces the amount of rent that has to be charged. For the city's program specifically, we look at a set of criteria when we're evaluating the applications. We primarily focus on financial feasibility. We want to see the likelihood of the project for moving forward. We take into consideration the development quality, the developer experience, and the location of the project. For the location of the project, we look at the affordable housing location policy along with its proximity to other existing affordable developments. We also provide bonus points for preservation projects, projects that provide deeper income targeting, projects with additional sustainability efforts, and senior housing. We also added one additional requirement to our notice of funding availability this year, which requires projects to set aside 5% of their units for referrals from city-sponsored programs such as the Bringing Neighbors Home pilot or any additional future programs. While we understand these units aren't going to be available and online for a couple of years, the goal is to set up a pipeline of units that are set aside for city referrals. Additionally, I wanted to highlight that this year, in the first round of gap financing, we received an unprecedented response. We received 17 applications requesting $55 million, when our NOFA indicated we would have approximately $15 million. With the ongoing conversations we've had with developers and the response that we received from our first round of NOFA applications, we anticipate an increased level of gap financing requests in the future. Here you can see a map of the proposed projects. You'll notice that two of the projects, Grosvenor Gardens and Heritage Park, are in the affordable housing opportunity areas. 3 projects, Fisher Grove, Chapanoke, and Garner Station, meet the transportation exception to our location policy, given that they are within half a mile of a future BRT stop or a current stop that has frequent transit. And the Biltmore Hills development is a preservation project, so that meets another exception to our location policy. As I mentioned, Biltmore Hills is a preservation project. This development was originally purchased in 2024 using the Wake Affordable Housing Preservation Fund in an effort to keep these units affordable. This development received an award from Raleigh Housing Authority of 25 project-based vouchers and is going to be developed by Preservation of Affordable Housing, a nonprofit developer focused on housing preservation. The Chapanoke development is going to be a 200-unit new construction project that's going to be serving households up to 70% of the median income. This site is on county-owned land, and they will execute a land lease with Wake County, ensuring long-term affordability. The Fisher Grove project is created by DHIC, and this will be a new construction family project serving households up to 60% of the area median income, and this will be the final stage of the Washington Terrace development. Grosvenor Gardens will be developed by CASA. This development was originally purchased in 2022 using the Wake Affordable Housing Preservation Funds and additional city acquisition dollars. As you'll see here, there are 4 units that are not going to be officially rent restricted, but CASA has indicated their intention to market those at affordable market rates. And in addition to the 7 supportive units and the 3 units set aside for city referrals, CASA has entered into a grant agreement with Alliance Health, and they will be setting aside 10 units for Alliance referrals as well. Garner Station Apartments is going to be a new construction of 141 family units, serving households up to 70% of the area median income. The Atlantic Housing Foundation is a nonprofit developer who has developed sites across the Southeast. They are going to be partnering with the National Alliance on Mental Illness and Passage Homes to provide specialized supportive services for their residents, and they'll have 8 referral units set aside for the city. And finally, we have Heritage Park Senior. This is going to be the first phase of the larger Heritage Park redevelopment initiative, which is going to be on 11 acres of land owned by the Raleigh Housing Authority. Once complete, the Heritage Park redevelopment project will create 1,000 units of mixed income housing, along with many additional amenities and commercial space. All of the units in this site will receive project-based vouchers. As shown here, you can see a breakdown of the available funding sources we have for our gap financing awards in 2025. You'll note that the recommendations for these 6 projects will use the vast majority of our funds that we have for this year. I would just like to note that if council moves forward with authorizing these recommendations, we will not have sufficient funds for an additional round of financing in 2025. And with that, I would like to request council's authorization to provide conditional commitment letters of $17,280,000 for the 6 rental developments, which will provide 670 rental units. That's everything, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Right, thank you. Questions? Councilor Brandt?
Not just a question, just if you can just share, the 9% are usually state competitive. So if it's not approved by the state, what happens to the money that we set aside for it?
Correct. So all of our commitments are conditioned upon the projects receiving their tax credit allotment and other financing to move forward. So that's why when we're coming to you all today, we're not bringing a budget memo because we want to confirm the projects are actually receiving their tax credit awards. If the site does not receive their allocation in August, sometimes they would have to reapply for the following year, so we would have access to those funds again. We include that language in our conditional commitment letters.
Thank you for that, sharing that information. And I also would say thank you. This is a mix of preserving and new. And I think that's very key that we preserve a lot of what that we do have.
Silver.
I just have a comment. I don't know if you were here earlier. Again, these all seem to be great projects. I was just questioning when we went back to the selection criteria. I noticed although the top one was financial suitability, location was 20, but it was pushed all the way down. And so I was informed earlier there is a policy that drove that 20 points. And there are exemptions, as you stated, made. So just for awareness, I was just curious about some of the other projects in other locations throughout the city that I'm sure people desire to live in, but it just did not make the location criteria. So just for awareness, I asked for a little bit more on that specific policy that drove that criteria to be at the 20 points. But that's it. Otherwise, these all seem to be great projects. I'm always curious about those that were not selected, but this is what's before us to vote on.
Perfect. And we'll be sure and get you that information.
Other questions? All right, is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second. Okay. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you for all the work.
Thank you so
Exciting.
much.
Awesome. And next, I'd like to introduce the newest member of our management team. Our family continues to grow, and so council will be excited about the introduction of Ms. Demetria Jones, who is our intergovernmental and external affairs manager. For years, we've talked about creating an internal legislative agenda. This will be at the forefront of what Ms. Jones will do. She comes to us as a graduate of UNC Charlotte, a graduate of UNC MPA program, and for those legal eagles at the table, North Carolina Central Law School. So Jonathan's not, oh, there he is. And she did some significant policy work up under Governor Cooper's administration, and most recently, statewide policy work for the League of Municipalities. So I'll present to you Ms. Demetria Jones.
I'm not sure. Oh, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say anything, but just wanted to greet you all and say hello. I'm super excited to be working with each and every one of you. I know I've met some of you before in my previous capacities, but thrilled to be here with the City of Raleigh. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes. And lastly, she came back. She started yesterday, so she's back, so that's a good sign. We didn't run her off on the first day. Just as a personal point of privilege, I want to really give a shout out to my team. Last weekend, we were able to pull off the unimaginable when we really think about how the Dreamville Music Festival has morphed into something that's kind of put Raleigh on the map. And there are a couple of departments that are directly involved, but there are many departments across the city that touch this festival, from permitting to public safety to making sure that the stages meet code and everything, and all in between. And so I'd like to say that although this was the 5th and final iteration of Dreamville the way that we know it, I promised you I was going to work really hard to bring it back, and it's coming back. And so we're already starting to have those conversations right now. But we had a record number of attendees on Sunday. We had 53,357 scans, and those are unique scans into the park on Sunday. So just a shout out to not only the Dreamville team and J. Cole and for all that he's done, but to the City of Raleigh staff and the greater, larger Raleigh community who has made this event really successful. And so, again, we will be looking forward to what it looks like for the next 4 years as we are fully committed. But there are many in this room who deserves a thanks as well.
Well, and I'll just second, thank you, City Manager, for negotiating the next round of this so that we can continue the dream.
Yes.
And also, as you already noted, J. Cole for his vision and investment in his home state in Raleigh. Of course, also Fayetteville was represented there. But the fact that he brought so many incredible names to this city and just such a loving, sort of inclusive environment, an incredible weekend for the city. So thank you.
So I'm going to work with the mayor, and we're going to do a thank you event.
Yeah.
She asked, and so we're going to put together something to acknowledge all the work behind the scenes. And I will close with, Ms. Octavia, I am feeling some kind of way, right? You didn't give me a purple T-shirt. And so I always come when you call. I always come. I always do the things. You didn't give me a purple T-shirt. But Jane's got a purple T-shirt over here, but I don't. Y'all gonna give me a T-shirt? Okay, what'd you say? I didn't say I was giving $300,000. I just said I want a T-shirt. Let me be clear. If that T-shirt costs $300,000, I will borrow Jane's, right? We can swap off. All right, that concludes my report today. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have report and recommendation of the Design Review Commission. And we have Keegan McDonald and Will Gaskins.
Good afternoon. Keegan McDonald. I'm with Planning and Development. I am the Land Development Manager. I'm here standing in for my colleague, Casey Evans. She's the primary liaison to the Design Review Commission, does the vast majority of the work, and she spent a great deal of time with the Design Review Commission putting together this annual report for you all, which covers calendar year of 2024, and then also their work plan for the upcoming fiscal year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chair, Will Gaskins, who will provide you with this presentation.
Good afternoon. As Keegan said, I'm Will Gaskins with Chair of the Design Review Commission. I know there's a lot of items on the agenda today, so I'll be judicious. You have our full report and the agenda materials today, and I'm happy to take questions at the end on that. First, I'd like to start with some thank yous. Casey Evans, our primary staff liaison with the Planning Department, as well as the entire Planning Department, Transportation staff. They spend a lot of time with us, including late into the evenings on Thursdays, as well as our Council liaison, Mayor Pro Tem Port. Thank you. A quick reminder on the role. There we go. The role of the commission. So the Design Review Commission this past year transitioned from the Appearance Commission to the Design Review Commission. We primarily review design alternates. So we function as both a quasi-judicial and an advisory board. And within that quasi-judicial capacity, we review those design alternates and what is like a judicial hearing. Here's a look at our case distribution over the past year. Well, that you can't really see where that is, but a map that's not so washed out is in our actual report. We had 13 cases, 37 design alternate requests. This is a somewhat typical distribution of our primary design alternate requests. Typically are transparency, well, with screening being a second request. In terms of some of the trend review, I'm going to skip over these two items. Those are items that were in last year's report and recommendation as well. Those continue to be items that we routinely see, and our recommendations stand there. New this year is a recommendation as well as a trend here that we'll note. We increasingly are seeing self-storage facilities, and where these self-storage facilities are being suggested are in places that are prominent and highly visible, and they often trigger a number of design alternate requests. So we're not certain if that may be appropriate or is the intent there. And also due to what the Design Review Commission reviews is intent versus what's proposed here in terms of visual interests and other things when it comes to transparency. And so in a number of cases when it comes to self-storage facilities specifically, we kind of go counter in terms of intent, where the intent would be to increase the visual interest, to add architectural detail and other things, and that's not always what we would like to see when it comes to self-storage facilities. Sometimes we'd rather have the facilities blend in, or there to be more landscaping, that type of thing, which isn't expressly the intent that we're holding that and reviewing that against. So recommendation here is simply further consider limiting location of those self-storage facilities, or look at, through zoning, or look at other use-specific requirements for self-storage facilities to limit their use in highly visible locations. Here's a look at the last year in terms of the case load over the year. I think last year I was in front of you guys in May, so we're right on the tail end of a couple of months where we had declining caseload. That trend totally reversed through the back half of the year, so that ramped up, and now into 2025 we'd have a very steady slate with between 1 and I think we had 5 cases on the agenda last month. So that trend has changed. In terms of commission attendance, we have got a full commission of 15 commission members, 9 regular members, 6 alternate. Unfortunately, we've had 4 regular members that have turned over in the last couple of months, so that's brought a little bit of an acute need for recruitment on our part. We haven't had any instances of not having quorum because we do have those alternate members, but that's definitely a high priority for us, is keeping that membership high. That allows us to, review cases in an expeditious manner. This past year, we held our annual Design Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. That event was in September at Raleigh Union Station. For those that have never attended that event, it's a really good evening. We typically have 150 plus people in attendance. A number of commission members are often able to attend. The mayor often gives remarks at that event. We give out awards for community appearance across a number of categories, and we've included some pictures here, but there's more pictures and visuals as well as the full list of award winners in the packet. Also, the commission does projects which we call legacy projects, where we help provide gap or seed funding to some kind of one-off projects that help contribute to the visual character of the city. So oftentimes these are really fun, innovative projects. Like, for example, this past year we worked with NC State and Skate Raleigh in order to deploy these movable shade structures, and this was a design build project with NC State students, so that was a just further level of value add there. We also helped contribute to the Commerce Place project through an Artist in Residence program, again contributing to kind of a new template and design for the street in that location. We just held our annual retreat at the Crowder Woodland Center this past month. And now looking ahead to work plan items for this year, the biggest one, which I've highlighted here as new, is the new streetscape plan review. So this will be an entirely new process that the city has, where the commission will be operating similar to the Planning Commission, operating in an advisory capacity, where whether there is a streetscape plan request, either to amend an existing streetscape plan or for the creation of a new streetscape plan, those requests will come to the Design Review Commission. We will then make a recommendation to council. So you would have the chair here likely in some capacity similar to how Planning Commission comes to provide some comment on that. We anticipate the first one of those cases to come this summer, with some additional ones behind that. Looking at legacy projects, I'll say PSA to those that may be watching, the audience, we're currently looking for additional legacy projects for this year. So if there's projects out there that could use an additional $5,000 to $10,000 in kind of gap financing within that space, predominantly in the placemaking space, we're looking for those projects. One of the things as we're looking to how our peer communities do this type of thing is Charlotte actually has a really interesting similar program called their placemaking grant that they run through their urban design center. Very similar structure, about $5,000 to $25,000 that they give out to an individual project, a little bit larger pot of money, but it's again kind of that seed or gap financing for projects like this in the placemaking space, murals, things that contribute to the visual character of the city, that type of thing. So as we move forward, we'd love to be able to pull some elements from that, from a standardization of that process, from an equitability perspective and distribution across the city, just kind of standardizing that process to provide some more consistency there. So we'd love feedback on that, in terms of that direction. And then lastly, looking ahead to 2025 Sir Walter Raleigh Awards, the call for submissions just went out this week, so you may have received an email about it. We added one new category this year, which is master plan as a new category for submission of awards. That event is coming up in September later this year, so when I've got the final date, I'll be sure to send that around and invite all of council to that. And like I said, the nominations are open now. I will say this, I believe is the first year since I've been on the commission. We've held this event at Raleigh Union Station for all of the past number of years. This is the first year we've been notified that we would not receive a waiver there in terms of the fee for rental. So we are, unless that's something that can be revisited, we'll be looking for a new location for that event. And I'll pause there for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Gaskins? Yep.
Well, I know you've got some vacancies, and we're talking about some of the criteria. Do you want to share that with the council in terms of what the backgrounds would be that, would be necessary, or not necessarily necessary, but would be impactful for service on the board?
Sure. So because the commission operates largely as a quasi-judicial, where we have a need for a high degree of expertise in a particular area, architects and landscape architects are where we have the highest degree of overlap with the types of design alternate requests that we receive. Beyond that, if anyone with experience in kind of commercial development is greatly helpful with the commission. Things like transportation engineer includes like driveway spacing, that type of thing that may be outside of maybe architecture or landscape architecture, as well as land use attorney, anything kind of in the commercial real estate adjacent space. And then lastly, just understanding the time commitment. So the commission's typically 2 to 3 hours per month. We meet on the first and third Thursdays in the evening, but it's not uncommon that we would go late into the evening to be able to review the caseload. So thank you for the opportunity to speak more on that.
All right, absolutely.
Yeah, Councilor Patton.
Yeah, this might not be a question for you, Will, but I'm caught your mention that you gave us some trends last year that remain to the trends now, and that there might be opportunity to consider modifications to the code to attend to these trends. And then, so it sounds like the transparency one is the trend that is carrying over, and then this self-storage one is a new recommendation from your group. I guess I'm wondering, like, I would hate for you to make recommendations and then we just never do anything with them. Like, what is needed? Maybe I'm looking at planning stuff or the manager. I'm not sure what would be a next step if we wanted to say, like, let's think about what text changes come out of these trends.
Yeah, good afternoon, Pat Young, Planning and Development. Yeah, as I mentioned in response to Councilmember Silver's question earlier, this is a great example of an area that we can and should look at ways to consolidate what's currently a quasi-judicial procedure into administrative standards. So we will work with our team and the Design Review Commission to really do a deep dive on these cases, look at what criteria or requirements would be appropriate, and then very possibly bring you some recommended changes to the code, possibly through an omnibus, possibly through a standalone based on the extent of the change.
Got it. Okay, so you don't need any action from us.
Not at this time.
At this time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Are most of the projects you look at public sector projects, or you get to look at private sector projects, or do you get to look at public sector projects as well?
Majority would definitely be private sector, though we do see the majority of the public sector projects as typically city projects, I would say. So Civic Tower is an example within the last 2 years, as well as Red Hat Amphitheater more recently.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just say thank you first for being on this committee with the amount of hours you just described. And then how are you working with the arts around placemaking? Of course, Downtown Raleigh Alliance around placemaking. How much cross-fertilization is there?
Sure. So specifically with Raleigh Arts, they're a great partner when it comes to things like this legacy project work. We're especially helpful in getting the word out for us and being partners in that space. We do try to collaborate with other commissions across departmentally within the city. So going back to even our Sir Walter Raleigh Awards, for the last 2 years, we've worked with the Raleigh Historic Development Commission to be able to give out plaques during that event as well, to be able to combine forces in that regard.
That's great. Okay. Do we need to approve a work plan? Okay. Do you want to?
I'll make the motion to approve the work plan.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board. And we have Troy Burton here.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Troy Burton with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, and today I'm acting on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Greenway Advisory Board. You have in your packet a proposal to rename the John P. Top Green Community Center to the John P. Top Green African American Cultural Park. And as you know, the Raleigh voters passed a bond in 2022 identifying Top Green as one of the projects that would be utilized for bond funding. As part of that process, our department transitioned the management of the park from our recreation division into our resources division. Of course, I represent historic resources and museums within resources, and so we are now moving forward with plans to adaptively reuse the space. Part of that project scope is a renovation of the existing community center, as well as an expansion with a new multipurpose building, site stormwater improvements, park improvements, expanded exhibits, studio space. Also, I would just identify as a history nerd here, collection space to manage our artifacts. It will be our third space of that sort in the program with conditioned space for our material culture collection, so we're very excited about that. And it'll also act as the trailhead to the South Park Heritage Trail. The bond budget scope is in there with $9.25 million. There's a public art component of $220,000. And you just a couple of slides here just showing the schematic design, where we are now in that process, as well as some artist renderings of what the potential work would look like as we move towards project completion. And then just some more design drawings showing some of those schematic looks of the two buildings and how they speak to each other. And then a little bit of a schematic design plan of the scope of the existing building in front, as well as the new proposed expansion in back. And then that corridor between the two spaces acting as that trailhead for the South Park Heritage Trail. And then, of course, here's a proposed route of the South Park Heritage Trail. That's also a component of the project, not in the Top Green project proper, but another bond program within the PRCR bond portfolio that is operating on its own timeline with its own project specifications. And then here's for John P. Top Green, just our project schedule right now. As we initiated that design development phase, the community came to us with a request to rename the center, since we were adaptively reusing it with the focus being more on interpretive use. We felt like the name change was appropriate. In your packet, you have the initial citizen petition asking for that name change, and then it went to our PRGAB board. Following our name resolution with the city 278, that's included in your packet as well. And then just finally, a recommendation passed at the March 20th PRGAB meeting for council to rename both the park proper as well as the building on the campus. And so we come to you today asking for your consideration of that recommendation.
And just for clarity, you said it will be renamed to the John P. Top Green African American Cultural Center and African American Cultural Park?
That's correct. The park is the park proper, the campus. The building will be renamed as well to the John P. Top Green African American Cultural Center. So two changes in our nomenclature, but it's still to get to the park as well as the building space itself.
Awesome. Questions or a motion?
I'm ready for a motion if there's no questions from councilors. I just want to thank your work, your continued work with the community, and I want to thank the community members that have played a part in working with staff as well as the Parks Board on getting us to this day. So with that being said, I approve the recommended name change to the John P. Top Green African American Culture Park for campus and John P. Top Green African American Cultural Center.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you so much for all the
Thank you.
work. It's exciting. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, and we have Erin Morton Pugh with Planning and Development and Rob Allen, Commission Chair.
Good afternoon, Erin Morton Pugh, Planning and Development. We are here as the Historic Preservation Planning Unit in partnership with the Raleigh Historic Development Commission to present this completed project to you. A quick refresher for newer council members, this project was first authorized in late 2019. It was completed in 2 phases with a pretty significant pause during the pandemic. And phase 2 began in earnest in July of last year. So you can imagine we're very excited to be bringing this forward to you today. The report and summary for the project are attached in the agenda materials. They're also available to the public on the city's website. And just as a reminder, this is a presentation to be received as information only. There's no required vote or action from City Council today. And I'll now recognize the RHDC Chair, Rob Allen, who will present a much abridged version of this project and report.
Thanks, Erin. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Allen, Chair with Raleigh Historic Development Commission. Thanks for your time this afternoon to present this project. We're excited, as Erin mentioned. I'll be as brief as I can. We've got a short agenda here. Just an update on the project schedule, the goals, and the deliverable for the project. So this study has been going on for a while, since 2019. It was paused due to the pandemic, but particularly for newer council members who may not be familiar with this work, we want to provide a refresher on the updated schedule and where we are in the project. Phase 2 began with a consultant early in July 2024 and was recently completed. Prior to completion, a draft report was made available in October of 2024. The consultant delivered the final draft to city staff in January of 2025, and the full compiled report and project summary were published formally in March 2025. And then at last week's RHDC regular monthly meeting, we accepted the report. Moving on to the goals of the project, we had several goals for this project, principally to identify and learn about places in Raleigh that are important to the history of the LGBTQIA+ community. We also wanted to provide a general history of Raleigh's LGBTQIA+ communities. This report is very thorough, but it's not meant to be a comprehensive social history. It's an overview that can be used to help contextualize individual places within Raleigh's larger story. This study and report should be used as a building block for preparing individual landmark applications or informing other future projects. The consultant also provided a framework for evaluating landmark eligibility, and this was important, particularly for the cultural history aspect of these places, which are not necessarily important because how they look or their architectural significance, but their cultural importance to the LGBTQIA+ community throughout Raleigh's history. The consultant also proposed alternative ideas to recognize identified places. This could be useful in recognizing places that may not qualify for historic landmark status. Some spaces may have been demolished or removed. And then there are some instances where maybe a property owner is not interested in pursuing historic designation. The consultant also provided recommendations for future study topics. So our deliverables, which you see here, we held 5 community meetings, both virtual and in person. We conducted 4 online surveys, asking people to identify significant places, spaces, and rank sites for additional research, to weigh potential recognition programs and next steps. We conducted 8 oral histories. Those recordings and transcripts are still being processed and will be available on the city's Historic Resources digital collection. The full reports that we've discussed previously, and 2 appendices, one that contains a full list of all the places we learned about and were told about during the course of the research phase, and one appendix document containing more than 20 more detailed site evaluations with photos and a map to determine potential landmark eligibility. And for next steps, in addition to pursuing local landmark designation with interested property owners, we recommended, the report recommended potential actions, programs, and future research within the conclusion chapter of the full report. The consultant's top 3 recommendations, which align with public input received during the project, include digital mapping of the identified places from the study, physical historic markers, preferably to be paired with a digital mapping tool, and then oral histories, specifically to learn more about historic places connected to less well-represented groups in the report findings, such as women's groups, transgender and non-binary groups of people, as well as people of color. So that's a brief summary, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yep.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for doing this work. I know it kicked off like 5 years ago, interrupted during the pandemic. I recall meeting with staff about this when I was first elected in 2019, and the conversation we had was there's a lot of history that's just not written down, recorded, it's not marked, particularly in this area where we're sitting right now. And with all the change and development and growth, which is great, if we don't find some way to preserve it, we're going to lose it. And so the folks that keep it now were the ones that lived it and have the memories, but when they're no longer with us, what happens? And so I was really excited to read the report. I know we've had a few touch points. And so, I know this is for information, but I would just ask if city manager, if we could possibly have in a manager's update some follow-up on the recommended items on the project summary presentation. The last 2 slides have the top 3 recommendations and then a series of other recommendations. The one I'm particularly interested in is some of the physical markers and digital mapping. You'll notice when you look at like the top 20 sites, I'd say probably a third to half, they're all marked former because they just don't exist anymore. And so some way to preserve that I think would be great. But if we could just get that as a follow-up in the manager's update, I think that would be good.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm grateful for this work and the effort to document Raleigh's history, from supportive spaces like LGBT-friendly churches, bars, clubs, and notable homes to critical leaders, including political organizers, university students, and my favorite, there is a gay horticulturalist society. Raleigh does have a rich history, and I just am so thankful that our residents can find connection and solidarity despite, at times, limiting mainstream social expectations. I'm proud to live in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Next, we have matters scheduled for public hearing. And the first is the federal 2026, the 2030 Consolidated Plan and the annual action plan. And we have Nicholas Dula from Housing and Neighborhoods.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and good people of Raleigh. I'm Nicholas Dula from the Housing Neighborhoods Department. I'll be giving you an overview of the 2026 through 2030 Consolidated Plan and 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan to start our public hearing. And so we'll get started. The agenda for this presentation is I'll provide an overview of the Consolidated Plan and the Annual Action Plan. I'll talk about the purpose of the public hearing. I'll also talk about federal and local funds included in the plan. I'll talk about goals and programs included in the plan as well, and then we'll talk about the consolidated planning process. The city creates the consolidated plan and annual action plan to describe how it will spend federal funds that it receives from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. HUD provides 3 grants to the city each year for community development purposes, and as a requirement to receive those grants, we have to create a consolidated plan and annual action plan. The consolidated plan is a 5-year plan that lays out the overall community development goals and strategies that the city will use. The annual action plan is a component of the consolidated plan, and it talks about the programs and the projects that will be completed by the city each year of the consolidated plan. So the purpose of the hearing is to get public input on the proposed goals, programs, and funding in the consolidated plan and annual action plan. The input helps us refine the plans and learn more about community needs. During this public hearing, staff will record all of the comments from the speakers who participate in the hearing, and after the public hearing, we'll follow up with each speaker to provide a written response to their comments. So 3 goals drive the consolidated plan and annual action plan. Those goals are increase affordable housing options, increase housing stabilization and supportive services, and prevent and reduce homelessness. Each program and all of the funding in the consolidated plan and annual action plan are connected to one of these goals. As mentioned before, the city receives federal funds from HUD and also invests local dollars into the consolidated plan and annual action plan. During the 5-year consolidated planning period, the city expects to receive around $28.7 million from the Community Development Block Grant Program, or CDBG. This 5-year allocation includes 5 one-year allocations of around $2.8 million in CDBG funding, and also one-time allocation of around $14.2 million from the Section 108 Loan Guarantee Program. We also expect to receive around $7 million from the Home Investment Partnerships Program. This includes 5 one-year allocations of around $1.3 million. The last federal grant that we received is the Emergency Solutions Grant, and we expect to receive around $1.2 million from that program, which includes 5 one-year allocations of around $250. As far as local funds, we expect to receive around, or expect to invest around $77.1 million into the programs and activities. This includes 5 one-year allocations of around about $11 million from the designated affordable housing fund. It also includes one-year allocation of around $14 million in affordable housing bond funds. This also includes 5 one-year allocations of around $1.3 million from the Human Services Agency grant. So next, we'll talk about the programs, the goals, programs, and funding included in the FY 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan. The first goal is increase affordable housing options. The programs under that goal are housing rehabilitation. This is where we provide funding to homeowners to make improvements to their home to allow them to stay housed. It also includes rental development, where we provide funding to affordable housing developers to help them construct and rehabilitate multifamily housing that will be used as affordable housing. Homebuyer assistance helps home buyers cover the costs of down payments whenever they're purchasing a home. Site improvements are improvements to sites that have been acquired to develop affordable housing. This program also includes property acquisition as well. The funding for these projects include CDBG funds, home funds, and local funds. The amounts listed on the slide are the level of funding budgeted for next year's annual action plan. The next goal is to increase housing stabilization and support services. Programs under that goal include the Human Services Agency grant, the Community Enhancement Grant. Both of these grants are made to nonprofits that provide services to low and moderate income individuals, and also includes a program of homebuyer counseling. This program helps position folks to purchase homes within the city. These programs will be funded with the CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant, and also local funds. The last goal is to prevent and reduce homelessness. Programs under this goal include homeless services grants, which is funding provided to nonprofits that provide services to families and households experiencing homelessness, tenant-based rental assistance to help folks experiencing homelessness to secure housing and maintain housing, and then also support for emergency shelters that serve individuals that are experiencing homelessness. Funding for these programs includes Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grants, home funds, and local funds. Next, this is an overview of our consolidated planning process. Back in October, we began conducting public meetings to learn more about community needs. We also put out a public survey that folks could respond to tell us more about community needs as well. In December, we had our first public hearing to get more information about community needs. From December to February, we drafted the plan. In March, we published our plan on the city website, and we held public meetings to provide an overview of the plan to the public. In April, here today, we're doing our second public hearing to get comments on the plan that has been proposed, and then we hope to come back next month with the final plan so that City Council can adopt the plan. So as part of our community engagement, city staff hosted or attended around 38 events. We were able to connect with 533 participants. Those events included festivals, community events, our public meetings. Part of those events as well included stakeholder consultations. The consultations are with service providers, government agencies, private companies that either provide services to low and moderate income households or help to build affordable housing in our community. We did do an online survey, and we received 584 survey responses, which is pretty good. Finally, we posted our plan in March for a 30-day comment period, and that allowed folks to read the plan and comment on the plan. And now I'll answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions for Mr. Dula?
Thank you so much for this. In terms of the community engagement, that's great. You had so many responses, so many participants. Do you have the data from last year so that we can see if we're on an upward trajectory or how that's going?
We can get you that data. I don't know it right off the top of my head, but we did, as part of our engagement, we did benchmark against other communities, and we some of those communities are Richmond, Denver, Nashville, Charlotte, Durham, and we found that our survey this year was very comparable to the survey results they got. we mainly looked at the number of community meetings and also if they had a survey, their responses. And so we got about a comparable response.
That's great, and I'm super proud of that work. I want to be able to amplify that to the public and show that we are continuing to increase our participation numbers. So to be able to get, previous year's data, that would be phenomenal. Thank you so much.
I'll give it to you.
Any other questions? Okay, so we can open the public hearing. So we've got 8 minutes. We have 9 people signed up. I'll just do like a minute per person if that's, obviously there's been a lot of other opportunity for input, and if you have anything written that you want us to, you could submit that here too. So I'll go ahead and just name the 9 people if you want to line up. Octavia Rainey, Rosa Rand, Michelle Joyner, Kathy McIntyre, Mariama Ali, Dakia Davis, Ikea Williams, Hua Huang, and Key Zamastil.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
ready.
We will start.
1
Ms.
minute.
Rainey.
First of all, fair housing was not included in the plan. I'm very disappointed. So we're asking for $20,000 for fair housing. Number 2, under the citizen participation plan, number 1, relocation. It was not added in the consolidated plan. That will call for a public hearing. I'm asking you, do not take Black people's home. If you ever have to go to relocation, do not use eminent domain. Number 3, the 4th Ward Neighborhood Association was not included, and it is a part of the consolidated plan. It was omitted. It should have never been omitted. That is an error with that department. You must fund the $300,000 in the consolidated plan for the 4th Ward Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. Okay, next, Ms. Rosa Rand.
Good afternoon. The 4th Ward Historic Neighborhood Association is asking Raleigh City Council to, number 1, establish signage and/or markers throughout the area. They would say, like, welcome to 4th Ward, or you're now in 4th Ward, to reflect our community, which was displaced. Formally include 4th Ward in the Chavis Dick Strollway. This will help ensure that our community is acknowledged as part of Raleigh's walkable heritage. We also want a member of the 4th Ward Historic Neighborhood Association to serve on the planning committee for the Chavis Dick Strollway. Continue our cultural and community work. We thank the city for supporting our resident-led 4th Ward Reunion and Gospel Fest last year. We hope City Council will continue to support that with a grant. And we're asking for permission to use Dorothea Dix Park, which is in 4th Ward and always has been. Thank you very much for any consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Rand. Okay, Michelle Joyner. Okay, Michelle Joyner is not here. Kathy McIntyre. Okay, also not here. Mariama Ali. Dakia Davis.
Hi, everybody. I will try to do this in a minute. Remarks? All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Dakia Davis. I was born and raised in Raleigh. I live at 615 Sardis Drive in District D, which is not far from where I grew up, in the 4th Ward community on Jamaica Drive, and I also spent time on West Lenore Street. I am a proud UNCG graduate and also a Howard University alum. I currently work in private practice as a licensed clinical social worker. This is just an example of the talent, leadership, and dedication that came out of 4th Ward that Ms. Valerie shared earlier. This place holds so many memories for me. It's where I learned to ride my bike, where I played in nearby creek, and I cut through the ball field with my dad to play on the Washington Elementary playground. Today, the area is almost unrecognizable due to urban renewal, which is discussed further in News and Observer articles, including one from August of 2024. The Western Boulevard extension, the Rockway development, and years of construction have erased much of what once was. I am fortunate to still live nearby, but it is painful to drive through and see little acknowledgement of the community that shaped me and many others. I'm here to ask that the City of Raleigh intentionally invest in preserving Fourth Ward as you implement the consolidated plan. This means designating Fourth Ward as a historic district, placing signage throughout the area, supporting our annual reunion, and recognizing spaces like Dix Park and Heritage Park are a part of our legacy and not just downtown. I encourage you to review the handout that we've submitted, and please ensure that communities like mine are not forgotten, but respected and included in Raleigh's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Hua Huang? Oh, Ikea Williams okay, yes, you are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name, well, good afternoon, I'm sorry, Mayor and Council. My name is Ikea Williams, and I am the great-granddaughter of late Reverend Jesse Jones, founder and Reverend of Union Baptist Church that is still located on 602 South Saunders Street. I remember the stories of how my great-grandfather obtained a loan for $10 to buy materials to remodel the structure to build the church as it is today. It's an honor to be a part of the Fourth Ward Neighborhood Association. Not only have I had the pleasure of being the descendant of my great-grandfather, but I live in Fourth Ward as a child. I am now an active participant of this community and alumni of North Carolina Central University, an undergrad, and North Carolina State University master's. I am a social worker, a therapist, an advocate, an ordained minister, and a business owner. I am here today to speak to the importance of preserving Fourth Ward. Our home, churches, and businesses that remain are not just buildings. They are living pieces of our history, culture, and identity. Preservation is not just about protecting old structures, it's about protecting the soul of our community. When we preserve what's here, we honor the legacy of the generation who came before us, our ancestors who built this community with love and resilience and vision. I am asking that with adequate funding, the investment over the next 5 years, we can strengthen families, support local businesses, and restore vital community landmarks. These resources could help homeowners maintain their historic properties, support long-standing churches with repair and upkeep, and allow small local-owned businesses to thrive rather than to be priced out. Targeted funding can also provide educational programs, job trainings, and youth engagements tied to preservations, empowerment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, next we have Hua Huang.
Good afternoon again. I just wanted to point out real quick that given how much people wanted to say about something that you're going to plan for the city for the next 5 years, maybe you should consider instead of 1 minute per person or 8 minutes for 9 people, maybe this kind of hearing item should be more like, I don't know, 2 minutes per person, like it's a public comment period, because you're deciding something for the next 5 years. Okay, on to what I want to bring up. As far as the way the things are being distributed, throughout this presentation and the previous one that we've been to from Wake County Housing Justice Coalition, there's not a whole lot of discussion about affordable housing in the context of deeply affordable for people who only have 0 to 30% income. So the 0 to 30% AMI. That needs to be brought to the forefront of discussion, especially when we still continue to have a homeless crisis in the city of Raleigh that needs to be addressed and need to be looked at. So that is what I plan to discuss with you, and I'll send the rest of the written comments.
Thank you. Final was Key Zamastil. Okay. All right, I will close the public hearing, and do we need a motion?
No, what it is, staff takes the information and they bring us a final report in May.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just also like to add, I do appreciate everyone being here and following this process. I think sometimes our residents, you all keep up much better than I think I can. So thank you for just keeping with us. I do have a question for this consolidated plan to staff. Do we focus on individual neighborhoods in that plan, or is it a little broader?
Mr. Dula is going to come answer that question, and I'll follow up.
We do have geographic focus areas. A lot of our programs are citywide, but we have focused on some groups neighborhoods called downtown neighborhoods. And we have some other focus areas. I'm sorry, I keep blanking on the other ones that we have, but so we do focus on some neighborhoods. Part of our previous plan, we did focus on East College Park as well, and we had a neighborhood strategy revitalization area, and so we do focus on specific neighborhoods within the city. A lot of our focus is areas that have low and moderate income and places that we've made historic investments in.
Well, I would say to that end, if there is an opportunity to emphasize the Fourth Ward, that is something I would be curious to see. And what might be most helpful for me is just a manager's report about our efforts with the Fourth Ward. I know we did some great work last year. The Gospel Fest, the reunion, the city was a huge partner in that. But if there are other opportunities to continue our partnership on signage and the Chavis Dix Strollway, use of Dix Park, I just want to understand better what that might look like.
Absolutely, yes, we can do that.
Okay. That closes, we'll move on to the next item if there's no further conversation on that. We have petition annexation AX 3124, 5300 Dale View Drive. And we have Christopher Golden from Planning and Development.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Christopher Golden, and I'm with Planning and Development. So I'm here to present an annexation for AX 3124, located at 5300 Dale View Drive. So this annexation is zoned residential 4. It's just shy of 1 acre. You'll see a little more in the zoom out as we go through the slides that this is in what's known as an unincorporated county island, meaning that it is an area of county that is completely surrounded by city limits. So this parcel's right at the edge. This site currently has a single-family home. They're looking to connect to water and sewer. So the petitioner eventually is looking at subdividing this lot and constructing 3 housing units on that property, but there are no current development plans associated with that property at this time. So there's water in Rogers Road, there's sewer adjacent, and there is a service consideration on this with fire being just outside, or being outside of the standard response time for a full fire response. So I'll move through here. It looks a little washed out on the screen, but you can see the utility location that there is sewer there available. There's actually water in Rogers Lane, which isn't picking up here on the display, but I'll move forward. That's just to the left of the parcel. You can see there. It's located at the intersection of Daleview and North Rogers Lane. The site location, you can see that it is contiguous. It's inside the ETJ. It's the edge of city limits right there. Parcels to the west and to the south are in the city limits of Raleigh. Surrounded by some residential areas, Rogers Lane Elementary School, some multifamily and single family homes. On the zoomed out map, you can see the parcel outlined in red is located in that unincorporated county pocket. So it's an area of county completely surrounded by city limits of Raleigh. Moving through, you can see the current zoning of this property, which is R4. There are some other residential zones just around that, R6 and predominantly R4. And you can see the future land use here is low-scale residential, which is in line with what's currently there and what the petitioner would eventually like to do. You can see the site plan topography and floodplain. It's fairly level. It's not located in a floodplain area. And you can see the aerial there showing the single-family homes in the area, the single-family home already on the site. And you can see here the street view from various corners, seeing that single-family home and the yard associated with the parcel. And there you go. If you have, I exited out of that, and I didn't mean to. If you have any questions on that, I am more than happy to answer them for you.
Questions? Not seeing any. And then we have no one signed up, but I'll go ahead and open the hearing.
Okay.
And close the hearing. And do we have a motion?
I move for immediate annexation to the city limits.
Second.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, so that passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have rezoning Z3124 901 Nowell Road. And we have Hannah Reckow from Planning.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is request Z3124 901 Nowell Road. This hearing was opened at your March 18th meeting, continued to allow the conditions to be revised, which they have been. An overview of the changes is that just an addition of one condition would be to limit the height to 45 feet. Otherwise, in the requested district, the height would be up to 50 feet. So with those, that summary, happy to answer questions before you continue.
Okay. Any questions? All right. We have a public hearing. There is no one signed up, so I will open the hearing and close the hearing.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion for this. I appreciate the applicant adding these conditions. I do think this satisfies some of the concerns of the neighbors. So with that, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 15th, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. All right, next we have Z3524, 4409 Creedmoor Road, and we have Bynum Walter.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. This is a request to rezone just over 4 acres from office mixed use with a 4-story height limit to commercial mixed use with a 7-story height limit. They're offering some conditions here. So Glenwood Avenue is here. This is Crabtree Valley Mall over here. So we're just across Creedmoor from the mall. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously. So again, you can see the mall very clearly here, and the site in question, there's a small commercial building here now that has I believe it has a coin shop in it. The Crabtree Creek runs roughly parallel to Glenwood here, and so you can see the floodplain shown. It does touch a corner of the site to the northeast, but most of the site is outside the floodplain. So there's a view of that site from Creedmoor Road. They have prohibited a handful of uses here. So most things, although that are already allowed in the office mixed use district, they're continuing, and then they're prohibiting detention center, jail, prison, and then they are allowing overnight lodging. That seems to be really what they're after here, is adding that entitlement. And then they've specified a maximum square footage of office, which is comparable to what they already have on the site. And then they have prohibited parking between the principal building and the Creedmoor right-of-way. So again, that square footage limitation that they've put in place on office square footage, you know, generally we don't project more than ground floor retail anywhere in Raleigh, so that's the same. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, with the future land use map, the urban form map, number of consistent policies here. Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you hear from the applicant after you open the public hearing.
Any questions? Okay, and I do not have anyone signed up, but okay. Oh, yeah, all right. I do see. You're on the flipped side of the paper. I'm going to open the hearing on Z3524 and welcome Molly Stewart to take the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, here on behalf of the applicant. Not a lot to add to that summary. Ms. Walter is onto us. The goal is to construct a 6-story hotel at this location. We have heard no issues throughout this process. A couple of neighbors were interested in how the hotel might work well with some of the surrounding uses in particular. So like I said, not a lot to add, just a little bit more context. We do have CX12 next door, although it is conditioned down to 9 stories. The mall itself has 12, sitting there in a city growth center in the frequent transit area. Certainly, we thought this made sense for a hotel to serve these uses and have not heard otherwise throughout the process. Very happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Any questions?
I just have one.
Okay.
Will you have to make any intersection improvements? It looks like in the aerial might be a crosswalk that would get your future guests over to Crabtree Valley Mall. But I don't travel this road every day, but it's kind of inhospitable to pedestrians.
Sure, good question. It's a question that has come up, and it's a little hard to see here, but there is a crosswalk. There's also a stoplight here. So it is sort of workable. As you say, it's not ideal. Certainly a hotel use would be interested in having that kind of connection. It's an NCDOT-controlled roadway, and so we would need to work with them during the site plan process to sort that out.
I guess just as a follow-up, there is the connection to the Greenway right off this property, right? So if you could get there, you could get
That's right. There isn't a direct connection from this property, and the reason for that, I think I can show you I have an image here of the topography here is not conducive to making that connection at that location. There is one on the other side of Creedmoor, and hopefully it actually flattens out a bit to the north here, and so that would be a more ideal place for that connection.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? If not, I'll close the hearing.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve. I just want to thank Molly and then also staff. I had a few questions prior about some comments in the backup. Both stormwater and transportation had not checked the box, but I was clarified that those are just comments, that it was not a hesitation, there weren't any concerns, it was just making some comments. So I really appreciate learning that yesterday, so thank you for that. But with that, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 15th, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Right. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. And that passes. All right. Next, we have Z3824, 1400 Edwards Mill. Hannah Reckow from Planning and Development.
Yeah, so this request Z3824, site of the Lenovo Center. This hearing is also open, was opened on the April 1st meeting, continued to allow revisions to the request, so I can go over those now. First is an addition of a condition, and I apologize for a few text-heavy slides, but I wanted you to have the benefit of the full language. This is a requirement to hold a neighborhood meeting at site plan stage, so specifically after the first Tier 3 site plan is submitted for Subdistrict B that contains residential units. The meeting could be in person or virtual, and a written report would have to be submitted to the city following. There's some requirements about mailed notice, specifically to 1,000-foot radius, and then some email correspondence requirement for a few organizations in the area, including West Raleigh Alliance, West Raleigh CAC, the Alliance for Reedy Creek Trenton Corridor, the Raleigh School, and the Cardinal Gibbons High School, as well as correspondence to copy city staff and NCDOT staff too. And then the final part of that condition is subsequent reports in the years after to update on construction and anticipated traffic improvements. There are then some updates to the pedestrian circulation street and block plan. Specifically here, the addition of a potential bicycle facility along Stephen Stroud Way. You can see the purple dotted line is new. And then potential amenity area located near the letter C there, or up by Wade Avenue. There's also some notes about what those asterisks would mean. It refers to it as a hub, and this would be an area for bike racks, bike share, scooter share, or other similar human-powered transportation that could be in districts B, C, or D. That notes that these facilities' location is subject to change, is preliminary, and then provides some standards about what would be provided in those areas. And then just two other fairly small clarifications that were also made. One is just a clarification that the arena private access way may be revised to include the bicycle facilities or multi-use pavement facilities. And then a clarification in the stormwater plan that development in the special flood hazard areas is subject to UDO 9.3. So that concludes the updates to the case. Happy to answer questions before you proceed.
Questions for Ms. Rockwell? Let's start with Councilor Harrison.
Yeah, just one question. I just wanted to confirm on the public meeting condition that's been added that 3 public meetings are required. I think that doesn't show up clearly in our agenda item, but I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, I believe that was a clarification made in the signed copy. So there's, a requirement for the meeting that happens within 30 days of the site plan submittal, and then 2 meetings in the next subsequent years.
Thank you.
That. Yeah.
Councilor Patton.
Thanks. Hi. I also wanted to confirm my understanding of the bike and ped conditions. They use the word potential, so they are potential. They may be included, but that
right,
leaves the door
yeah.
open that they may also not be included.
That's right.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Ms. Reckow? Okay, and then guidance here, we remained open, and there is no time remaining. I'm not sure whether that's both for the support and the opposition. Okay, so for neither. So
Did anyone sign up?
Yes.
So we can offer time, it just has to be equal.
Equal, yeah.
How many signed up for and against?
We have 5 in support and 2 in opposition, and so we could do another 8-minute clock.
4, I think, should be enough.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So if that's amenable on the supporting side, Jamie Schwedler.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cowell, members of council. Jamie Schwedler here to just explain the context of the things we were able to add at the zoning stage and our intent to work with our partners in the city as we work towards the phase 1. What we heard at the planning or the last commission meeting or the last council meeting was that this intent to hold the community meetings was important, the extension of 3 community meetings, which we did hold, as well as the potential for extended bike lanes within the site and connecting. And so we've added those 4 conditions there that Hannah went over, as well as a stormwater clarification that was required by staff. On the continued engagement, we did want to make sure we stressed that that first meeting will be held within 30 days of submitting the Tier 1 site plan, or Tier 3 site plan, for that entertainment district. We'll provide notice to the groups that you see on the screen because they've been engaged throughout this process and deserve to be engaged as we go forward, and we're committed to that. And that will not only provide that annual report in the 2 years after that initial hearing, but have an additional meeting for that. And the reason for that is in that first tier, the Tier 3 site plan for phase B or phase 1, will have the entertainment district with that minimum program that's required by the interlocal agreement. And that will include a minimum of 200 apartments, 150 hotel rooms, 100,000 square feet of commercial, and 150,000 square feet of office as a minimum. But recall that our maximums are up to 1 million square feet of non-residential and 800 dwelling units. So we're talking about a significant amount of development tied to that first true site plan you're going to see in the entertainment district and connecting it to that engagement. Why is that engagement important? Because we anticipate that at that site plan, we'll be talking about that extension of the 4th leg of the Wade Park intersection. That intersection is important because we do believe that those increased bicycle and pedestrian facilities will all be coordinated at that time and give us more insight as to how those will all work together to get pedestrians and bicyclists safely across Edwards Mill Road. The bicycle circulation, to Councilmember Patton's point, is phrased sometimes in the potential, not in the affirmative, because the opportunity to add those bicycle lanes is important for us to explore, but because this is state-owned property, because we have stakeholders such as the Centennial Authority and NC State who operate a very successful stadium to our south, we need to make sure that when we're trying to incorporate these other modes of transportation other than just cars to the site, we're doing it in a way that doesn't interfere with our emergency contacts, that doesn't interfere with how our events flow and getting people in and out safely or quickly, as we've heard from so many community members. And all of those things really factor into where you want to put bicycle lanes. Should they be bicycle lanes? Should they be flexible? And could we put them along the entire length of the area there? So you see the purple line's been added along Stephen Stroud with a commitment to explore that at site plan, as well as that existing connection up to the Richland Creek, as well as expanding the event arena section along the blue line there that would allow us to incorporate those bike lanes. We're also including some certainty in that those purple stars will be connection points where folks can approach the site on the Richland Creek Greenway or on the future Triangle Bikeway. They can connect and dismount, they can service their bikes with repair stations, and then experience the rest of the center on foot. The additional bike amenity areas are fixed, but the micromobility hubs are flexible because staff wanted that flexibility to work with us. No project will be consistent with every single comp plan, but approving the project today is more certain to bring those desires to fruition for two reasons. Your UDO has oversight to allow your city to work with the DOT and other staff and all these stakeholders to make sure that these are carried forward, and that's a condition of the site plan review. And then our obligations under the city agreements. You set the table for this game-changing project to be here, and we're obligated to deliver it. We're not just committed to stay here for 20 years under the hurricane's lease. We must deliver this project. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then in opposition, we have Jeff Bell and Tim Thronson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Bell, and I'm the head of school at Cardinal Gibbons High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We support smart, thoughtful development, and we believe this project has real potential. But that support hinges on one thing: student safety must be built into the foundation, not bolted on later. As the conditions are currently written, they fall short in several serious ways. First, there is no safe pedestrian crossing, no overpass, underpass, or even a signalized crosswalk at Edwards Mill Road and East Stephen Stroud Way. This area borders two of the top 10 crash-prone intersections in Raleigh. More people and more traffic without proper infrastructure is a recipe for disaster. Second, there is no clear construction traffic management plan. We have 1,600 students on campus, most of them inexperienced drivers. Introducing heavy construction traffic into that mix without a proactive, detailed plan puts our students and the community at real risk. Student safety is not optional, it's essential. Their safety must be at the center of this plan, not an afterthought. The developer has committed to just 2 years of traffic and construction reporting for a project expected to last 20 years. That means no long-term accountability despite decades of impact on our students. There's also no emergency access plan for our campus and no traffic impact analysis that meaningfully addresses pedestrian safety, despite the city's own policy requiring it. And finally, there's no requirement for the developer to contribute to safety improvements, even though increased pedestrian traffic is guaranteed. We're not asking for perfection, we're asking for partnership and for protection. This is your opportunity to make this project not just successful, but sustainable and safe for generations of students to come. Please include these protections in the final conditions. Our students' lives and safety depend on it. Thank you. Also, I'll mention Tim Thronson is away today. He had a death in his family, so in his place, we have two students to speak briefly, if that's okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Kelly, and I'm a sophomore at Cardinal Gibbons High School. I'm excited about the Lenovo Center project. It sounds like it could bring great things to the area. But as someone who walks these streets almost every day, I'm also really concerned. Right now, there's no safe way to cross Edwards Mill at East Stephen Stroud Way. No crosswalk, no overpass, nothing. And this isn't a quiet street. 2 nearby intersections rank among the most dangerous in Raleigh and in the entire state. That's not just a stat. That's where I walk to get to school, practice, or to meet my parents. We're not asking for safety features just because it would be nice. We're asking because without them, somebody's going to get seriously hurt. There are more than 1,600 students at Gibbons, and a lot of us are new drivers or walking to and from campus every day. We're not against development, but it feels like this project is being built around us, not with us in mind. That has to change. Please, make student safety part of the plan from the beginning, not after it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hudson Beatman, and I'm a junior at Cardinal Gibbons High School. Last year, one of my classmates was hit by a car crossing Trinity Road. Thankfully, they recovered, but it was a wake-up call for all of us. Just walking to school shouldn't be dangerous. With the Lenovo Center development moving forward, I'm asking you to make student and pedestrian safety a non-negotiable. We're not against growth, we're excited about it. But if this area is going to grow, the infrastructure must grow with it. We need protected crossings, we need smart traffic design, and we need real collaboration with our school, because no one knows these patterns like we do. Please don't wait for another student to get hurt. You have a chance to get this right for the city and for the young people who live here every day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I can go ahead and close the public hearing and discussion.
I mean, I'm prepared to make a motion. I have a few comments I could make to it. I don't know if anybody else had any.
I have a few, but go ahead.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead and if you want to do your comments.
okay. I think pedestrian safety is very important. Most people know this. My husband and I have one car. I typically get around by foot and on scooter. And so multimodal transportation and pedestrian safety is incredibly important to me. A lot of the concerns I'm hearing, though, I think are issues that are going to be addressed in the site planning stage. I do think that connection at the Wade Park Boulevard should be looked at as the primary point of ingress and egress for connectivity. And I understand that Cardinal Gibbons does have access to Wade Park through some right-of-way on their existing land. And so I hear the concerns. I don't think there's anything more we can do with conditions on this case to address anything at this time. I think that the applicants have certainly done a great job with their revised conditions addressing a lot of these concerns. Is at the appropriate time, I'm going to make a motion to approve, which I can read now if you want, and then folks can make their comments up to you.
I mean, you could go ahead and make the motion if you want.
Okay. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 15th, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Okay, and then I know we have, I'll do Counselor Harrison and then.
Or do you want to go to Megan first? Like
Okay.
Councilmember Harrison have the last word. Yeah, I had hoped that the newest revised conditions would bring me to be an enthusiastic yes. The inclusion of the word potential, bike and ped, it leaves me really queasy. I'm hopeful that advocacy and continued work with our staff will bring those to fruition and that we'll all be scooting around this arena district in time. So I haven't gotten all the way to an enthusiastic yes, but I do look at the other, public improvements that are made and the commitments that are made through other agreements that are also legally binding as part of this deal, like rent paid to the Centennial Authority, ground lease payments, payment in lieu of taxes that will come in time. And so I do think this project happening is better than it not happening and remaining all just parking lot. So I would designate myself as a reluctant yes at the appropriate time.
Okay. Counselor Silver.
Just have a very quick comment. I want to thank, well, first I understand the concerns of the students, and I will echo what my colleague, Councilmember Lambert Melton said, that our goal is to make sure it's site plan, that it is safe. Nobody wants to design a project that puts anyone in harm, and so we will trust that the designers, as they build this out, will make sure they provide safe crossings. In terms of the term about the bicycle facilities, I'm comfortable with the term potential, as was stated. There are other entities, the state, NC State, and others, and I'm equally concerned when you start to plan a bicycle facility. We know that site gets a lot of pedestrian cross activity, and I just want to understand, and that's being planned, that they take into consideration the mobility of bicycles and pedestrians, because I know that that could certainly be an issue to look for in the future. So I'm comfortable with the term potential, and I take them at their faith that they will work with all the partners to see if it can be accomplished. It will be accomplished, but I do believe this is an important project fulfilling our growth center for the west part of Raleigh, and for that reason, I'll be supporting this case.
And then I know Councilor Harrison wants to have the last word. I had something to say, but I just want to make sure. Does any, okay. Councilor.
Just from, history of working with our NCDOT, and I think this was clearly stated at our last meeting, that this sightline and distance from Stroud to Trinity is so short that adding a light there, this state will not basically allow it. And I think one of the things that we have to really look at when we look at connectivity and pedestrian is not necessarily where you want to cross, but how do we make it safe to cross? And that's where I look at intersections in Trinity, making sure the major improvements that will happen at that intersection, the new entry that will be north of the school as well to allow pedestrian bike access, those two accesses, and maybe working to try to change some habits. I always think about Capitol Boulevard a lot of times when we think about pedestrian safety, and we have made major improvements, but there are some bad habits. So if we can work with the new developer, with our developers on this project, continue the conversation with the school, and how do we create positive habits for our pedestrian and our bicycle and our cyclists, I think is very key, and I look forward to supporting this project.
Yep, and I would just say, I lived in this area for 15 years, so I have walked it, I have biked it, and I know it was built as a very car-dependent, out in the county. Everybody drove out there, and it has had safety issues for decades. I think this program has been thoughtful in trying to address those, and we will continue to work on those, particularly just pledging that we are one entity. We will work with the NCDOT, with the state agricultural department. There's a lot of players, and make sure that this does become, the thoughtful sort of pedestrian multimodal area that we all want it to be.
Yeah, I've just got a few comments I want to make. Again, thank you all for being here, to the applicants for working with us, to the residents, the neighbors for being engaged. That's what makes these projects better. And I do want to say for the public meetings, I hope you'll send an invitation also to the Centennial Authority. I did speak to our reps there yesterday. Please do send invitations to all of us at City Council too, so that we can be aware of those meetings. I want as many folks who want to stay engaged to be able to do that. So again, thank you for adding that as a condition. And I will just reiterate, some of my comments from before and what we've heard at the table is that we want to avoid this being an entertainment island where it's only accessible by car. And we know that the TIA does show extensive need for additional auto lanes. And although those, may be required, I also want us all to commit, and I'm talking about us here at the table, City Council, y'all as the applicants, our neighbors, the residents, students, really to work together beyond this rezoning case to advocate for improvements to multimodal access to the Lenovo Center. So I'm talking about bus routes, BRT connection, maybe an Amtrak stop nearby, pedestrian facilities, bike lanes, greenway improvements. Those are all ongoing needs. And so we're going to have to work together on those and stay in communication. And, some of those improvements that I can think of just right off the top of my head, pedestrian-wise, I'm thinking of, just our connective tissue of how we get here. So Youth Center Drive, no sidewalks there. Intermittent sidewalks currently on West Chase Boulevard, non-existent sidewalks on Western Boulevard near the proposed BRT, risky pedestrian crossings near Cardinal Gibbons. How do students from NC State get here on Hillsborough Street? So these are some of the spaces where I want us to identify the pain points and figure out the improvements together that we can make. Oaks and Spokes has has also agreed to do a bicycle and walking audit of the Lenovo Center. So going out and just checking, where would you go, how would you get there from A to Z, different points of interest in the area. As we all know, much of the road network around the Lenovo Center is controlled by NCDOT. So we need them at the table. We're going to have to work with them. And they have been fabulous partners on so many projects. So keeping that conversation going is critical. We've invested now $300 million in upgrading this arena. There is a huge opportunity here, and we're going to see payments that will help keep our arena, maintained over the years. That will help us. It's a public asset. We're also going to see new sales tax dollars as well as the building of affordable housing. And I really thank my council members for advocating for that last year. That's huge. So there are huge economic benefits to this development, but I also want us to continue to push to ensure that the infrastructure keeps up with it. So thank you to all of you for planning to be part of that continued conversation. And I will just finish by asking staff, not for an answer right now, but if we could talk about whether a TIG, so a tax increment grant, would be perhaps reasonable in this area. I think there are opportunities to capitalize on some of the increased sales taxes and property taxes. And so can we then make those improvements we need in infrastructure around there? So I'm going to just finish with that. And again, thank everyone who's been part of this rezoning case.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. So that is unanimous, and we appreciate everybody's presence. All right. Next, we have rezoning Z4624, 4353 Pearl Road.
Yes, so this is yet another continued hearing. It was opened on April 1st and continued to allow the conditions to be revised, which they have been. Specifically, there's an addition of 2 new conditions. One is committing to a minimum 10-foot side yard setback on the west side of Pearl Road property. And the second is a commitment for any Tier 3 site plan to include at least 1 traffic calming treatment along the extension of Princess Curry Way, subject to city approval. So with that, happy to answer any questions before you proceed.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Reckow? All right. So on this one.
Just Worth.
Yes. And this remained open, correct? Okay. So Mr. Worth is here.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills here on behalf of the applicant. Would like to request one more deferral to the May 6th meeting. After we submitted these updated conditions, I went out and met with one of the neighbors who lives immediately adjacent to the site. That was after the deadline to submit additional conditions. And she would like to see some sort of screening, probably a fence with evergreen shrubs planted along the boundary line just to protect some of the privacy that she currently has. I think her bedroom is on the side, second story side of her home. So I think that'll be a quick deferral. We should have some straightforward conditions to address those concerns, but happy to answer any questions that you have this afternoon.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I just want to mention that I did speak to Ms. Orr, the resident, and we had a good conversation. She shared the same information. She didn't share with me that you were going to ask to defer, so it's good to hear that you're willing to defer to add this. So my motion would be to hold this open and bring it back during the day on May 6th, with this being the only change.
Second, I'll just add, and I emailed with Worth about this. I talked to Councilmember Branch. I always get a little uncomfortable when folks ask for shielding from adjacent, when it's residential to residential, particularly when it's townhomes. Like, there's this sort of stigma about multifamily living that it needs to be somehow encapsulated separate. And this is townhome next to townhome. So I was very confused by that. But it was my understanding there was some stuff that went on with this initial development. They were promised that the woods adjacent were for conservation and not for future development. And so there were promises made to folks who live there. So I understand the ask in this particular case. I'm happy to support it, but I want to go on record because when I initially saw it, I felt very uncomfortable. But
Councilor Silver.
And let me add, talking about conditions, I was very uncomfortable with the traffic calming. This is a very small local street. I understand you felt that we had to address some of the concerns, but in all my experience, this is one street I would never advocate for traffic calming. We see that on major streets or other streets with a high volume of traffic, the condition is offered, but I think this is when we have to be very careful when we start asking for conditions. I know there was one resident. I will echo the concern about the screening and this one, traffic calming. But the conditions offered is just something I think I'll just speak up a little bit more when we have this, because as we were talking about, there's certain places where just plenty more trees could be traffic calming. So when you get the site plan, I understand the builder's going to have to figure this out. But that was one where I just kind of scratched my head. But there was a condition offered to address a concern of a neighbor. So with that, I will just go along with the motion to continue this into May 6th?
Yeah.
Yes. And we had a motion and a second, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I seconded it before my speech.
Okay. Before you start talking about screening. Yes, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mills.
you.
All right, next we have Z5324, John P. Top Green Community Center. And we have, yes.
Yes, ma'am. So this is C5324. You heard a lot about the planned project here already this afternoon. Lauren Reed from Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources is here and can answer questions about that if you want to hear more. But I thought in the interest of time, I'd focus on the rezoning. So this is a request of for 1.32 acres. This is actually like 5 lots, 5 oddly shaped weird lots that the park center is, that the park and the center are on. This went in front of, and the request here would keep the residential 10 district and would simply remove the neighborhood conservation overlay district. The Historic Development Commission took a look at this and recommended approval. The Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval, and as we discussed, this facility was renamed earlier in your meeting. Yeah. So here's a look at that site. You can see the lot lines there, and the parking lot and the building cross those lines. Currently, there are no conditions offered, as this is a general use rezoning request. Typically, the city does not offer conditions on its own property. So South Park neighborhood is the neighborhood conservation overlay district here, has a minimum and maximum lot size, minimum and maximum lot widths, front yard setback, requires building entrance to face the street from which the building is addressed, no upper story entrance visible from an adjacent public street right-of-way, limits building height to 28.7 feet, that's very specific, and requires off-street parking located to the side or rear of the building, with the exception, there's a lot here. So the lot size in particular and the height also and the lot width, max and mins, all those regulations are problematic for the vision that the community and the city have for this site. So that's why it's going to go away once you take action. So the residential entitlement is not changing here. This is consistent with the future land use map and with the comprehensive plan overall. There are a number of consistent policies here, 2 pages. There's a response time consideration here, an existing response time consideration here. Again, RHDC, the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, recommends approval, and the Planning Commission also recommend approval. Any questions I could answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Just want to repeat again, this is a general use case.
That is correct.
Just checking, okay.
Yeah, this is a general use case.
All right.
Affirmative.
Any questions? Opening the hearing. Nobody has signed up. Closing the hearing. Okay. Do we have a vote, motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 15th, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended actions.
Right. Second?
Second.
All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Okay, next we have text change to zoning conditions TCZ 4124 3616 Lewisberry Road, and we have Ms. Reckow.
Yes, so this request, the hearing was opened on March 18th and continued to this meeting to allow them to consider revised conditions in response to neighbor comments. They've submitted what are draft conditions to that effect, but have not submitted signed conditions in time for consideration at this meeting. So if you'd like to act on the version that is described in the agenda, which includes the one new condition with hours of operation for commercial use, you'd have to continue until maybe the May 6th meeting to allow those to be received in time.
Okay. And this is, was this continued, so this is still open?
This is still
Okay.
open, yes.
Does somebody have a?
Yeah, I spoke with the applicant, and I actually, after they made this change, received an email from the one of two oppositional residents saying they were now in support. So I'm sad to hear that they haven't signed the conditions, but I don't want to approve it without this one, which is the one that sort of brought everyone into happiness. So I'll just make a motion to continue the case to the afternoon meeting of May 6th.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you. And that is the end of our hearings, yes. Okay, the onward march. We are now to the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation. No items pending, growth and natural resources.
3 items pending. Our next meeting will be in May.
Great. Then the safe, vibrant, and healthy community.
2 pending items. We meet May 27th.
And transportation.
Transportation has 1 item pending, and we will meet on April 24th from 3 to 5 in the council chambers.
Great. Okay, next we have the report of the mayor and city council, and I will start with Councilor Harrison.
No report.
Everyone have a great weekend. No report.
I have 3 items. One, my District E community meeting will be this Wednesday, April 16th, from 6 to 8 at La Cucina Italian Restaurant. Come out, have dinner as we discuss council matters. The second is my Decoding Democracy Book Club will meet Saturday, April 19th at Oberlin Regional Library from 9:30 to 11:30. We'll be discussing ethics in government, and so I hope to see you there. And then lastly, I just want to keep everyone updated on communications with RCAC. We met last week. And I want to just go over some points of what we discussed, and then we're going to continue meeting monthly moving forward. So there are 3 steps, 3 next steps, and the first one is that we are continuing to discuss with RCAC leadership to better understand their desire to move towards the community engagement network and everything that that offers. We have established that we're looking into providing past CAC contact lists to any CAC who desires it. So we're getting that checked off the list, and we'll check back next month. And then the third thing is that we're finalizing the equipment needs for hybrid meetings. And so that could include something like a media kit, what we discussed, which would include an owl, a screen, and instructions on how to use it. But we'll finalize those discussions next month. I'm really excited to work with staff and with our RCAC leadership in addressing their needs, as well as seeing what staff can and cannot do in terms of being equitable to all of the community organizations that we're working with. So I really appreciate their work, and if you have any questions about that, please let me know. Thank you.
All Right, I had 3 items all related to housing, which is the topic for today. First is just to thank Habitat for Humanity for all their work and giving me this great T-shirt that said, "Everybody deserves an affordable home." Second, Councilor Lambert Melton and I went to New York with One Wake, as well as Assistant City Manager Evan Raleigh, and I know there are more of you going up in May, so I just want to report that we're making those trips, and at some point we'll need some sort of formal report back, but we can wait until after the next group. They've made a number of just sort of requests in the meeting when we went up there, but that is, and then the final is, I wanted to bring up the issue of minor exempt subdivisions. I have had some constituent issues coming through my inbox, and in talking with planning and Assistant City Manager Jones, I think this has been looked at before, but I just wanted to make a specific request to relook at whether we should change, codes or what sort of impact that would have if we allowed minor exempt subdivisions. All right, Councilor Silver.
I just have one item. We have a very patriotic former city council member, Colonel Randy Stagner, emailed me to inform me that this past Sunday, April 13th, was the 160th anniversary of the peaceful repatriation of Raleigh back into the Union. I have more to say. He wrote a lot more, but for those that like a little bit of history, that was April 13th, 1865, and that's when, again, Raleigh turned to the Union. That's it for my report.
All right. Some good things that we did through the consent agenda today are that we authorized budget transfers for 3 affordable housing projects, the formerly Hoke Street Apartments, Lorimer Spring, and Maple Ridge Apartments. We also approved Raleigh Rainwater Rewards that'll install rain gardens in 8 locations and 5 cisterns. We approved a contract for wrapping the RPD vehicles in the signature blue, which is more cost-effective than painting them. And we accepted a NOAA grant for building resilient communities. Other announcements unrelated to the consent agenda, I just wanted to thank the NYCC Mosque in North Raleigh for hosting Mayor Cowell and I at their Eid Fest, and also congratulate Southlight on their grand reopening, which we were able to attend this weekend. They're doing important work in the harm reduction space. And my next office hours will be May 3rd from 10 to 12.
No report.
No report.
Okay, next we go to appointments, so I'll turn it over to Cassidy Pritchett.
Good afternoon. First, under appointments, Board of Adjustment, 1 alternate vacancy. Rob Cottle received 2 votes. Keith Satiski received 6, so Mr. Satiski would be appointed. Design Review Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. There were 2 nominations made here. Rachel Dorian Bedoin by Councilmember Jones, and Councilmember Patton nominated Kara Blue. So these will be returning on your next ballot, relating to Mr. Gaskin's earlier comments regarding desired skill sets. Councilmember Ford did forward staff an email this afternoon from the chair detailing more information on that. So I will forward that to the full council for their consideration. Another element here, I'll also note, there's a vacancy announcement slated for the next meeting. There was a resignation following the agenda being this agenda being published. So if you guys want me to kind of bundle it in together, I can go ahead and announce that now, or I can wait. Sure. So we did receive a resignation, I believe it was yesterday, regular member Megan Beach. So if the council desires, you could consider the elevation of the longest serving alternate, which is Claire Craven, who has attended 11 out of 14 meetings, which is above your threshold.
Yep, I'll move to approve Claire. All right, all in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Okay, so that means next ballot I'll be bringing back 2 alternates, and then I'll include the information that the chair provided. Next is Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Jeffrey Bullard received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Ms. Marinelle Ubaldo received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Next, under nominations, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, 2 regular vacancies. Term of Nicholas Neptune is expiring. He is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. And then additionally, a resignation has been received from Sean Fernandez. So there's 2 regular vacancies there.
I'd like to put in a nomination for Ethan Gallagher.
And I'd like to nominate Amy Nwabukui.
How do you spell that?
I'm going to email it to you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And apologize to her profusely for butchering her name.
All right, so I'll bring those 2 names back. Next is Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Denzel Burnside is expiring. He would like to be considered for reappointment. Per council's direction, he was requested to provide additional information on his attendance. However, none was provided in this case.
I actually just spoke with him yesterday, and he said he sent some information to the
haven't
clerk's
received
office, so
anything
I don't know what happened. But he is also the vice chair of this committee. He's leading their Earth Day as well.
I move to reappoint.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay, Mr. Burnside is reappointed.
Next is Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy. Resignation has been received from Christopher West.
I'd
So
like
that'll be coming back on your next ballot.
I'd like to nominate Alicia Taylor.
I'd also like to nominate Monique Edwards.
Okay. Next is Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. We have various items going on.
Can we go back for a second? How many boards is Alicia Taylor on?
I would have to look, I don't know off the top of
Because
my
I think
head.
I've nominated her for 1 or 2 myself, so she may be at her maximum capacity.
So let me check Substance Use and Human Relations. Ms. Taylor is on Human Relations and also on Substance Use. So yeah, she would not be eligible to serve on a third.
I didn't realize that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I only know because I nominated her for both of them, so I'm like, I know I did 2 already.
Okay, so that'll be coming back. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, we have terms of 4 members that are expiring soon here, 3 of which would like to be considered for reappointment. Carol Bruno Montañez is the only one that doesn't wish to be considered. She's a professional regular member. And then the remaining 3, Ann Robertson, professional regular, Elke Weil, community regular, and Cotter Zarar, excuse me for butchering that name, professional regular. They all desire to be considered. Per council's direction, information on Ms. Robertson and Ms. Weil's attendance was included in the agenda materials. And then also, if the council may wish to consider elevation of the sole professional alternate at the conclusion of the member's term that does not wish to be considered for reappointment.
Move to reappoint the 3 eligible members and to elevate the alternate.
Okay, second from Counselor Branch. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Great.
All right, so I'll bring back the, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I know all 3 of these members are engaged and thoughtful members. I know this board has struggled to make quorum. They've retained their desire to meet only in person. They wish for hybrid, but that's not an available option. It might be worth a nudge to their staff liaison to push them again to accept the all virtual option, because I know that all of these folks travel for work related to the work that informs their presence on this board.
So staff can reach out to the staff liaison and have them disseminate that information.
Can I also ask, I don't remember if we talked about this, but can they meet virtually, let's say, 2 every, January and February, and then in person in March? Because I think I had spoke to them about having some opportunity for in-person, but primarily virtual.
I will defer to the city attorney or Taisha on that. I'm not sure.
I apologize. What was the question again?
Yeah, so can groups who are meeting in person, can they meet virtually some of the time and in person some of the time? Because I think what I've talked to them about recently is not necessarily that they're looking for hybrid option, but they just want to change it up, because they do want to see each other on occasion, but they can't always.
And I think that's what the council had, the previous advice I gave was about
you couldn't do the hybrid.
Right.
And what I understood was there was an interest to do some virtual, where everybody is virtual. And as I recall, the consensus of council was for your non-statutory boards that don't have quasi-judicial hearings and those type of things, that they could do that, or that the interest was of council that they do that, which would be permissible.
Okay, could you also then ask the staff liaison just to convey that clearly so they know that's an option?
Yeah, we'll work with the city attorney's office and community engagement to relay the correct information to the liaison.
Thank you.
So we will be bringing back a professional alternate slot then, since we just made that elevation. And that is everything under appointments and nominations.
All right, thank you. And next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Okay. And then report and recommendation of the city clerk.
I believe Lou had to step out. You have draft copies of the April 1 regular session, April 7 budget work session, April 8th work session, and April 8 public comment session included in the agenda materials for consideration of approval.
I would move to approve with a small modification. In the work session minutes, it reflects that I was in support of options 1 and 2 related to the composting, and I think it was options 2 and 3. So with that modification, happy to approve.
The clerk did receive a copy of that correction, so have it ready to go.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed. Okay, next we have a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider giving instruction relative to the handling and/or settlement of a potential claim in the following matters: the state of North Carolina versus Damian Devin Holloway, the city of Raleigh versus the Regional Property Group, and General Statute 143-318-11A5 to establish or instruct the city staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the city in negotiating the terms of contracts for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. So, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, we are now in closed session.
Good evening. We met in closed session and gave direction to our.
We have come out of closed.
We have come out of closed session. We gave direction to our staff, and the meeting is adjourned.